Yeah, we can start. I'm not really doing anything. That's fine by me. What's up? It's obligatory now that chat compliments every outfit Vosh puts on. Yeah, it's kind of annoying because for the most part, I don't really dress up for stream. Like a few times I have, but for the most part, I just put on something that's comfortable in the temperature that it is. And I will eventually try to get fits off, you know? Like I want to watch, I want to I want to watch, I want a bracelet, I want like a silver chain. I've just put off buying them for some reason. And it'd be cool to get some fits off, you know, like here. But if people compliment every t-shirt that I wear, you know, a t-shirt on its own isn't really fashion. Thanks, Fluffernutter. Here's a compliment. It looks like you're applying for a job at a national park. Thanks. I do need the silver chain. What's the not Cuban link? What's the name? What do they call the fuck? I think I actually have a link open that has the term. Franco chains. Yeah. I don't know why I've put off getting one for so long. Get a gold flake chain. Um, Gold chains are expensive. That rules, Masaigo. Okay, Vosh, you need a watch. Yeah, like a Seiko or Saiko. I don't really I'm not like a watch guy. I don't know all the terminology. Um, like a Grand Seiko, Casio. I don't want a Casio for my first watch. Aren't they? They're known for like the rectangular ones. Casio starter watch. Isn't that a little advanced for a guy like me? Yeah, because like the cheaper Casio watches are like athletic, you know? But if I wanted a nice, I don't know. I'm not a watch guy. What the hell? The Casio website's beeping at me. What the fuck? $100 towards your next purchase. Chat now to claim. What the fuck? Teddy Baldessere. Oh, this is that YouTuber. Where's the classic Casio rectangular watch? Like the really skinny ones. Yeah, these aren't really my style. One below? No, that's not really, I think. Wait, am I not thinking of a Casio? Am I thinking of a Cartier? Yes, I was thinking of a Cartier tank. That's what I was thinking of. For only $8,500. That's why I was mixing them up. Okay, yeah. I love Cartiers. But they are a little pricey, I'm told. They're a little pricey. Buddy, how? Um, Mostly artificial scarcity, but also there is a lot of mechanical complexity in the watch movements that you pay a lot for. Like, how did you mix them up? I'm not a watch guy. Also, Casio and Cartier both start with a C. That's why I mixed them up. The price isn't justifiable in the slightest. Stop coping. Why would you say I'm coping? The first thing that I said is artificial scarcity. What the fuck? The immediate answer that I gave was the industry inflates the price. And then you coped? Well, I mean, the internals of watches are very complicated. But yeah, overwhelmingly, it's artificial scarcity. Yeah. I have no idea, Ratfucker. Hey Vosh, just wanted to say thank you. I started HRT a few days ago. Already noticing how much calmer and better I feel. I don't know if I would have had the courage to start without you shaming boy motors at a crucial point of my gender questioning. Yes, it works. Just saying thank you for a non-hug box brand of trans advocacy. My pleasure. I can't stand that boy motor shit, okay? If a person's in the closet because you're afraid of the consequences, that's one thing. That's like a decision you have to make about your life and your safety and your surroundings. But there are a lot of people who just coast forever because they're cowards, and I'm the cowardice I will not accept. I'm very happy for you. Casios are watches of the people. Does anyone know the difference between, like, a Seiko and a Grand Seiko? Because I don't. Seiko has really handsome watches for just, like, $200. The Seiko 5? Is it even pronounced that way? Like, look at that. Is this not clearly a good starter watch? Like, if I don't know anything about watches, and I just went for this one right here, wouldn't that just be like, oh, kablamo? I don't know. Seiko uses plastic, Grand Seiko uses crystal. See, this is what I mean by starter watch. I don't know any of the fucking lore. The one with the leather band to the right's more your style. Well, hold your horses. Leather bands are like something you wear with a dressy outfit. I would only wear a leather band. That's one of the few things I do know. I would only wear a leather band with a watch if I was wearing something that at least approximated a suit. Like trousers and a dress shirt and a tie and something like a suit jacket, you know? Because leather band watches, that's like a very specific... Leather goes with leather shoes. Yeah, that's generally true. I don't think you should wear a leather watch band if you're wearing sneakers, I guess. God, there's so much nuance, and so much of it is probably like total bullshit. I guess that's how it is with clothes, right? Because I'm like, I bought $100 t-shirt, and there are people in chat being like, what? That's a waste of money. And I'm like, no, don't you understand? This was hand knitted in the Saiko region of Japan by an ancient fucking knitting master who hand weaves, and the fabrics are all made from cotton that have been grown from the garden of, and then like, but then there's a guy who will buy a $200 t-shirt that's literally just made in Bangladesh for 3 cents and upmarked to 200 bucks. It's the difference between buying from Double RL and Gucci, I guess. Look at a watch company called Orient. It's an interesting name. These are dressier. You're right, though. They're inexpensive. Okay, they have more metal band ones. These, I actually kind of like them. I like how minimal they are. Those are nice. I would have to look into their quality, I guess. Maybe that'd be a good starter watch. I really like this one right here. I like that kind of like beige watch face, you know? Yeah, parchment. Parchment. It's a good term. I wonder why they're called Orient. I feel like I would get that question a lot, so I probably should find out. Oh, wow. It's probably a little bit like too much, but I really like this one. I like that like wine color. That's quite a piece. That's quite a statement. There's also, I saw this a while ago and I don't know anything about it, but there's there are a few watches I've found that are made out of copper and bronze, and they have a green face, and I really like them. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I could, like, this isn't a very versatile watch because it's bronze. I mean, like, you know, it wouldn't necessarily match with a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, it would patina, which is the cool thing, right? Like a patinaed watch. I mean, everything patinas eventually, I guess, but obviously bronze and copper will do it way more. Um, that's pretty cool. I don't know. Seiko Alpinist is a green dial. Yeah, it's just not bronze. But yeah, isn't this is like one of the watches, right? This one right here. I feel like I've seen this so many times in popular culture. And it's gorgeous. I love a green face. Honestly, that I might like this was what I was thinking when I was thinking of like a Seiko starter watch, except with a metal chain, not with a leather band. On the lower end, yeah. Yeah, on the lower. Okay, okay. See, now you think that I'm bad with the clothing, but then you talk to the watch guys and you're like, I don't know, man. That watch is 600. Is it worth it? And they're like, $600 watch? Yeah, are you buying two? The metal chains are pinchy is my biggest beef. Yeah, that's why I don't want a Cuban link chain. My hair is too my chest is too hairy. I'd have to try it on. There's got they must have made a they must have made a metal band that doesn't catch on your arm hair. They must have made one by now. Do you want a manual or quartz movement? I don't know much about watches. All right, well. Anyway. Leather bands are also working band. I think metal ones are athletic, right? Like when I say like people wear like the metal bands for a watch are super casual. Like people wear metal bands with like a t-shirt and shorts, you know? I don't know. I'll look more into it. Also, you can replace the band. Yeah, but you also want to make sure that because like the larger the face is, the more informal, and like a small face is more formal. These are the only things that I know. Rubber bands are athletic. I guess I have to look more stuff up. Metal bands are generally office bands. Hmm. What's wrong with leather bands? I just think that leather bands are a little bit dressy. Um, and it's summer. I'm trying to think of inspo, but the problem is if you Google any fashion information, I Googled and I got good info. Hello, Permanent Style. This guy's great. Actually, one of the best websites that you can go to if you want to learn about men's fashion. Unfortunately, it's a low res image, and he's wearing. Well, that looks like a Cartier, or at least it's shaped like one. God, he looks good. Don't listen to that guy. Leather does not get stinky. Well, I know that. Leather is pretty much like really easy to work with. Can you go wrong with a button up in shorts? Yeah, easily. A lot of most button-down shirts made these days fucking suck, okay? Notice how his has enough room in it that he could easily move around. It's not pulling at his chest or his stomach or whatever. It's tucked in, but there's still a bit of give around the stomach. That's a perfect fit. It's also clearly linen. I mean, it's for like a warm day, you know? There's also NATO-style bands. Yeah, that's another, like, casual option. This fucking guy, man. He really does have permanent style. Well, he clearly favors his leather bands. Cartier, Casio, IWC, Jaeger, Licoulter, Rolex. Yeah, you've got money. I know. Yeah. Tissot PRX. Okay. I'll try to keep these in mind. I'm just thinking of a starter, like a versatile starter watch, okay? I've never put anything on either of my wrists. Except for, like, the little things they put at music venues to let the people know you can drink alcohol. Your smartwatch? Oh, no, I have a smartwatch. Didn't you make fun of people who wear watches? I made fun of people who put any effort whatsoever into their appearance, and obviously I've changed a lot since then. I think that a lot of my behavior back then was shaped, at least in part, by, like, a defensiveness. Because if you dismiss the entire, like, project of presenting yourself well, and as, like, being, you know, vain or superficial or whatever, then you get to feel smart about not participating in it, as opposed to, like, ugly and stinky. But you can be whatever. You can be whatever you want, you know, it's fine. Oh, watch his jewelry, Peony. Anyway, we need to move on. I think you scoffed at idiots like XQC using a watch to make himself feel better. Sure, but I still do that, right? The point isn't conspicuous consumption. Are very stylish people who can look very good for very little money. I got an email about this. Also, I've seen a bunch of recommendations. Why is Bhutan building the anti-Dubai?
It's about their GDP. Bhutan measures a much more important index. It's gross national happiness. The GNH was invented by Bhutan's fourth king in the 1970s and aims to measure the country's development holistically. It's taken so seriously that it's even written into the constitution.
Unlike GDP, GNH values happiness and well-being of the people above economic growth. It focuses on the preservation of environment.
What makes this city so special? Well, take a look around. There's not a skyscraper in sight, and you're much more likely to see an elephant crossing a stream than a Lamborghini tearing up the strip.
CG.
That's because this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is modern economic development, Bhutan style.
These monumental structures are not just ways to cross the river, but key focal points of the city.
I don't know if I'm going to learn very much from this. Is this AI or is it CGI? I can't tell anymore. Who the fuck knows?
Bridge houses a temple, giving passers-by an insight into the lives of resident monks. Another has a medical center with doctors practicing both Western and traditional Bhutanese medicine.
I don't know if this means anything to me, to be honest.
Will not even realize that the airport is built over that river, over their homes.
But they also have a really important structural function. Airports need to grow in line with demand, and the structures here are all modular, allowing them to be disassembled and added to as more space or facilities are needed.
What? Okay, I don't buy this at all. I don't know if it reflects at all on what the actual design plans are, but the way this is being presented in the video makes it sound like it is for people who think they're smarter than Silicon Valley tech guys, but actually aren't. Like, it's meant to appeal to the exact same, well, if I could run a city, everything would be better interest. The world is actually simple. What if you made your buildings modular? But, like, don't think about it, you know? What if, yeah, what if everything was like Lego? I don't know if that's just the video and how it's being presented, or if it's sort of built into the actual planned city or whatever. I don't know. That's B1M's entire catalog. I don't know. Watch the video and don't skip. But it seems like it's a puff piece for a thing that doesn't exist yet, based on 3D scans and a poor understanding of design philosophy. I don't like, what would I critique? There's nothing like real to critique, you know?
Imagine a place walk across its face is a hydroelectric dam. Now, this is
like, what am I supposed to critique here? It's a fantasy world. We're looking at Avatar. You know, like, what am I supposed to? Well, like, what am I supposed to critique here?
not your average dam. Inspired by India's ancient stepwells, its facade is lined with bold triangular terraces that invite people to walk across its face.
Really?
At its heart is something truly extraordinary. A temple, perched right in the center of the structure, gazing out across the valley.
Like, it's just, yeah, okay. It's not real.
Story's tool, and that's all in an effort to...
I also really do hate the, like, the Orientalist perspective that there's some kind of, like, innate, tribal, connect-to-nature, noble savagery going on in Buddhist countries, as if Buddhists haven't done their own genocides, you know? And you look at these, and what you're worshiping is like the aesthetic, like a white woman who gets into yoga, you know, like you like the appearance of these things. Functionally, all people in all countries are the same. You have the exact same internal struggles. You have the exact same materialist, you know, or material forces competing. You have the same dialectical struggles. You have the same struggles for ethnic supremacy, for, you know, racial or like between the sexes. But like, so looking at this, okay, like, let me try to, like, from my perspective, okay, do you have any idea how much work it takes to weave a rug like this? Any idea at all? Do you have any idea how long it takes to make those? And those are big ones too. An unbelievable amount. Now, a machine can make something not of the same quality, but approximating it, much faster. But the reason why these are up here in this, you know, CG render or whatever, is because this is meant to be like a celebration and veneration of a specific style. Like, these aren't serving the practical function of a roof, right? These aren't keeping out rain. These aren't good for the wind. These don't do anything except look nice and provide a bit of shade. They're there for the aesthetic. But the aesthetic relies on the belief that they're hand-woven. Because otherwise, like, we could plaster cheap crap rugs everywhere in America if we wanted to, couldn't we? Like, we have the productive capabilities and the wealth to do that if we wanted to. Why don't we? Well, because they don't make for good roofs. It's just such a condescending, it's just such a, like, the only thing we know about you is you're Buddhist and therefore you're, like, one with nature, with no respect or recognition for any of the actual work that goes into maintaining these kinds of societies. We don't know if it's made by machines. If it was made by machines, there would be no point in it being there. It exists only to capture an Orientalist fantasy about the lifestyles of these people. But there's an incongruity here, okay? You know where you can find places that look like this in the world? Tourist attractions. In reality, for the most part, rugs are used as home decorations, or, you know, as rugs. The idea of plastering a place to the extent that you have an entire market covered with them, this is something you would do to get Western tourist dollars, okay?
and that's all in an effort to reduce the amount of carbon-intensive materials like steel and concrete that the country uses.
And that's not all. The idea of building in harmony with nature even extends to...
Who paid for this? Full story here, and it's on your website. Where did you get these 3D renders from? Did you make them? Who paid you for this?
And spiritual values. For us Buddhists, it is not just a policy, it is a way of life. We grow up believing that the purpose of life is not just to succeed, but to be kind, mindful.
You know, okay, here's a racism check. Would you believe this about an entire country if one white man from that country told you this? If you saw a video of an American saying, in our country, we don't just believe to succeed, we also believe to be kind. Would you believe, like, you'd go, oh, okay, I guess they're, it's literally Thing Japan. You see, by murdering that person, you've violated the sacred Japanese tradition of anwe, or to live, which is very important to them. You know, I just... He's wearing a quarter zip Lamau. Yeah, he's wearing a quarter zip and a sheet that he's like, who is this guy? I guarantee you this guy is a resort owner. Fuck, you're probably right. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm from Jamyang Lodin Diaries, and today I would like to take you on a...
From a monastery. Interesting. Jamyang Lodin Diaries. Well, he's got an online presence. He likes that quarter zip. Sacred adventure gone wrong? Surprised emoji? I don't see anything necessarily wrong here. It seems like he's just living his life. As a monk. Okay, that seems fine. I thought I would Google his name and he would be like, yeah, a resort owner or a private investor or something. That's fine. You know, he's chilling. Surprising amount of watch collection. Hey, we were talking about that. Can Buddhist monks have watch collections? I don't know. Whatever. I'm not one to say. Hot pepper challenge. Can I handle the heat? All right, I like this guy. I like this guy. Bhutan's king Jigme Khesar Namgyal Wangchuk has announced an ambitious plan, the creation of a mindfulness city, a vast new urban project. Okay, how can this be the anti-Dubai if it's also a top-down project made by an authoritarian leader that so far exists only in 3D imaging? Is that not extremely Dubai coded? That's every single thing a Gulf state does. It's all these Gulf state vanity projects where the dear leader says to increase Western tourism dollars, we're going to build X, and then they don't. Sorry, I'm being very cynical. It's just, okay, I want to lean off this guy here and more critique the video, I guess. I just thought it was funny that he's in a quarter zip. But I guess legally, Buddhist monks can wear quarter zips and have watches. It's not a problem to a guy like me.
The construction of this airport is getting some very important help.
His Majesty said that this is going to be number one, of course, the first infrastructure in Mobile.
But as if building an airport...
Oh wait, here's the website, it's fishy. A special administrative region in the Kingdom of Bhutan. Okay, so he got the 3D models from the project website itself. He didn't make those. Gotcha. It will be a mindfulness city encompassing conscious and sustainable business, inspired by Buddhist spiritual heritage and distinguished by the uniqueness of the Bhutanese identity. Okay. Airport construction begins on July 8th, 2025, which is, hold on. 1 day before this video came out. That's interesting. You broke ground on the airport 1 day before this video came out? It does bother me quite a bit. Maybe he says it in the video. I don't know. Maybe he does. But, like, are you being paid? Which country is that in the border of? Tibet, or, well, China now, I suppose. Because of, you know, imperialism. How will the Mindfulness City be governed? Mindfulness City is a special administrative region. In practical, listen, I've seen this under Dengism. Special administrative region means that there are business laws exempted here. There are regulations that are exempted here. So it's really, really easy for foreigners to invest. Is this part of China? No, it's right next to China. Is the king of Bhutan bad? I mean, he's a king. I don't know anything about him. I'm generally suspicious of kings. The thing that always makes me suspicious is like, no, dude, you're not going to build anything that looks like this. Nothing looks like this. Like, why do you think I'm stupid? You know, come on. The only shit that looks like this are things you find in Dubai, and the reason they look that way is because they were built by slaves and are funded by the patronage of Gulf, you know, billionaires and Westerners going over there to, you know, because they're attending a Smash Bros tournament that got funded by Saudi Arabia or something. You know what I mean? Like, stop jerking me around. Nothing looks like this, okay? You can build a really cool, sustainable city, but we kind of know what those look like. Like, we know what development in that area looks like. That's a big flood zone? In Bhutan? I don't know. Aren't we like 10,000 feet above sea level or something? I mean, maybe. This land was stolen from a people they ethnically cleansed. Okay, to be fair, the same could be said for America. So I don't know. I think they know it wouldn't look like that. This is just a concept. Yeah, but that's stupid and bullshit. Why? Like, this is the Gulf State Vanity Project playbook. Why would you, if you're building a cool, like, new mindfulness city, why make a bunch of fake like, why spend the money? Why outsource the 3D imaging and spend $2 million to make it look beautiful in theory when like because it's not going to look like this at all. It's just a concept. Yeah, but it's an unrealistic concept. It's not going to happen. I hate the way Westerners treat Buddhists, man. Buddhists have a bloody fucking history. Same with like, there's no religion that just naturally makes you chill. Religion's just violent? Well, people are violent, and religion helps people justify it. This is to suck money from Westerners. I mean, to be fair, we deserve it. And also, I'm sure whatever they end up building will be pretty. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm looking at the king. The Saudis have scaled back the line to being 1/10 their original plans. Also, just keep in mind, Saudi Arabia has an ungodly amount of money, right? Bhutan probably doesn't. So, you know, Saudi Arabia is better positioned to realize their ridiculous 3D renderite goals. You know, Bhutan does not have money. I guess it would be nice if somebody tried to build a new city and it wasn't total fucking bullshit. Like if they were like, no, we're not shitting you, we're building a new city, it's going to be great, and then they built a new city. But it never goes that way. From Brasilia to the planned new capital of Cairo to fucking anything the Gulf states do, it's always just an authoritarian leader going, what if we like enshrined my glory on earth forever, so after my passing all will remember me? What if we built like a city that's cool in a way I think is cool? Here's my ideas for a city, you know? Hello, I am from Israel, and here is my I'm a city planner from Israel, and here's my mega city. I just like Bhutan does not have the GDP per capita to sustain environments where you have like beautiful hand-carved wooden ceilings terraced 40 feet above a gorgeous, perfectly clean wooden floor, and there's like one guy sitting under it just passively. What are some examples of nice cities? Unironically, there are a bunch of cities in the Netherlands that I think you could argue are basically like, in concept, perfectly sustainable and well developed for happiness and for mindfulness if you prefer that. They weren't constructed to be carbon neutral or whatever, but neither will this be. This place is having a fucking airport, okay? But yeah, like you can probably find like 20 cities in the Netherlands that meet that pretty well. And I'm not saying that's the only way to do it. I'm just saying a lot of those cities are kind of meet the goals, you know? I don't know. Have you been to the Netherlands? No, I haven't. I've seen videos. Dutch food is great. Well, that I don't believe. Ancient future, where tradition meets innovation. Are they 3D printing the, like, hand-carved building trim? That's more realistic than pretending that sculptors are going to work on all of it. The weird thing is, though, that Bhutan, like countries like Bhutan, which is very poor, right? Like you would think, if anything, like labor is very cheap there. That's the problem with building here in the United States, you know? Labor is extremely expensive here and in places like Western Europe. But over in Bhutan, I imagine that, I'm not saying they use slaves or anything. I'm saying that, like, it probably, you don't have to pay workers very much for them to live. Vosh be like, European country can't cook. Don't get defensive, okay? Everyone knows people by the Mediterranean can cook. No, nobody thinks of Northern Europeans as being good cooks. Now, whether or not the Netherlands is Northern Europe depends on who you ask. In my opinion, the Netherlands and the northern half of Germany count. The southern half of Germany gets a pass. Vosh has never tried frikandel and bitterballen. You're right. Do you have any idea how unappetizing those sound? Like, just off the tongue? Got a little sick just saying it. Bitterballen? Now, I know what poop and farten sounds like, okay? But you have to understand that you're being racist right now, okay? It has nothing to do with that. It's an ancient, traditional dish. Does it help if I translate it? It means bitter balls. Really? Bitterballen means bitter balls? Thank you. I appreciate... Because of the tremendous gulf in our languages, which have no common root. I wasn't able to figure that out. Can I find... I need to round this off. Can I find, like, a single video of this? That isn't 3D? Like, are there any videos of people working? Oh my god, there's a 60-minute segment.
It sounds like something out of a...
Bob Saldorji, who once worked at the UN, was a teen and landed at an airport in India.
I know that guy.
For 21 days, thousands of Bhutanese are praying at this ceremony for the well-being, peace and prosperity of anyone involved with the Gelughu Mindfulness City, or GMC. Bhutan is staking its future viability on a mega project designating 2,500 square kilometers of land on the border with India a special administrative region.
We are trying to offer one of the greenest places, one of the cleanest, safest places to land. All investment and partners will be on invitation, and we can afford to be choosy here because we are not up against any time frame. This is for next generational project.
The government is upgrading
Don't you need funding?
Essential infrastructure, including this border crossing, and there'll be a new international airport.
On the Indian side of the border, there's no apparent upgrading work going on, and most of the materials and labour to construct the Mindfulness City will need to come through here. But the Indian government says it's fast-tracking a cross-border railway that will link Assam state to Bhutan.
Indian cooperation will be essential for landlocked Bhutan's utopian vision for the GMC. A promotional video envisages a series of timber bridges linking communities,
3D,
creating
3D.
a low-rise
You have to
metropolis,
say that.
all powered by hydroelectricity. A 21-year project based...
You know that meme where people are like, dude, if Thomas Jefferson was alive today, he would be a post-Keynesian. No, if Thomas Jefferson was alive today, he would be an ethno-nationalist. He would see what the blacks have done to this country. Thomas Jefferson, if he was alive today, I'm quite fond of Sayori from Doki Doki Literature Club. I feel that's how I feel whenever I think of like people talking about Buddhists. Where over in the West, they're like, well, yeah, the Buddhists live a life of like peaceful, quiet, and meditative tranquility. And then you go over there and you're like, hello, Mr. Buddhist man, what would you like? And they're like, I fucking love Garfield. Do you have a phone? Do you have games on your phone? Like, people are all the same everywhere is the problem. I wish that we create these distances. Like, no one's creating the fucking city of mindfulness. It's a marketing tactic. I don't know.
Based on the country's Buddhist culture and its emphasis on happiness, well-being and mindfulness.
We've got to grow our economy. We've got to think outside the box. But we've got to ensure that we are faithful to our values and ideals, and especially the principles of gross national happiness.
Our family friend who's a Buddhist monk is addicted to gacha games. That is so fucking funny. What would Siddhartha have thought of gacha games? That shit... those probably would have gotten their own chapter in the New Testament. Honestly, I feel like it's a good thing we only came up with them recently. People would not have built the pyramids if gacha games had been around back in whatever the fuck BC.
And in this endeavor, it is His Majesty the King who has started the Gelughu Mindfulness City.
Gelughu's residents seem to need the GMC to transform themselves. Only 43% say they're happy, according to the country's last gross national happiness survey.
We have...
Why, isn't it crazy how once you get away from the marketing, you see a group of like Bhutanese people at the market, and it's just like, oh, they're just normal people at the grocery store, because everyone's basically the same everywhere on Earth, no matter what. Your life is more similar to that of a working class Bhutanese Buddhist than it is to a, like, wealthy stock trader in America.
Pin great hopes and prayers that GMC will benefit not only us who are living in Galafu, but our entire nation.
The international airport alone will bring so much economic development to our country, not to mention the high-quality infrastructure and roads and bridges.
The GMC took over this project in mid-construction. Originally designed as a regional administrative centre, building work stopped for 23 months while planners repurposed it. In 12 months, it should finally open as the GMC's headquarters. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Galafu, Bhutan.
Okay, I don't know. Mostly this was just me fact-finding, but I do appreciate the opportunity to do a little materialist, like, well, we're all the same, actually. You know what I mean, right? How's the Lion City going? Not well, and Saudi Arabia is much wealthier than Bhutan. Did you know Buddhists don't read the New Testament? Yeah, I did know that. Did you know that I was just talking about spiritual movements from antiquity in general? Or did you think that I thought that the New Testament was a Buddhist text? Then I mentioned the pyramids, which were before the New Testament. Do you understand? I was kind of casting a broad net there. If you can't keep up, that's fine. I'm just saying, don't get angry at the person at the front of the running pack because you thought we were all supposed to be keeping the same pace. We're all the same. Christians don't read the New Testament. Buddhists don't read the New Testament. That's fucking... That's true. That's fucking true, probably. I don't know. Type shit. What do you think of this? Tech Bros invented trains. I can't watch an Adam something video because he's based, so I would just be watching it and go like, Like, I can watch somebody else's video if there's something to critique, but if it's just me agreeing with them, then all I really have to say is He's too based for me to watch, unless I'm taking a shit, which I try not to when I'm streaming, because it's my job. Yerp. Speaking of sustainable cities, this is literally Montenegro, and I'm pretty sure their GDP is 5. I don't know, man. I feel like you can build sustainable cities, you just have to forget that cars exist, and you have to have local artisans who you're willing to pay decent wages to do cool things. And literally, like, just give them some time, and they'll cook. Because that's how we used to build cities, but now we can build cities way the fuck better than we used to be able to, because we have indoor plumbing and, you know, other stuff. These are old, to be fair. Yeah, but we can still build them. There's no reason you can't build stuff like this today. You literally just need to have quarries. And you know there's like an infinite amount of stone, right? Like, being worried about running out of stone to build with is even sillier than being worried about running out of, like, iron. There's lots of iron on Earth. We've got bigger problems. There are other things that we need to worry about. You can grow rocks. You can just grow the rocks, okay?
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve. So I was going to get to that. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Very good. Very good. I don't understand what the point of asking this is. I don't understand. I don't want to be like super naive because I've been misled before. I've overestimated their base before, but I want to believe that the Epstein stuff was handled so egregiously that it sticks. You know what I mean? Is it wrong for me to hope? Does it make me a fool to hope? It won't, not in a large scale. But you only need to siphon off like 5% of the core base to do irreparable damage. We're talking about pretty slim margins here. You see the camera footage recording of Epstein was edited? Yeah, but I don't know how much it matters because it's not even faced the right way. I don't fucking know. What is this? Forbes breaking news doesn't usually do narrative segments. Forbes newsroom. What are we on about? Trump has flip-flopped on tariffs over 25 times since April. We got more tariffs today, or more announced tariffs today. 30% tariffs against EU and Mexico beginning August 1st. Why? Who knows? How do these add up? How do these add on to the existing ones? I don't know. Who knows? Nobody can keep track. Were any of these actually in effect? A lot of them are. Yeah, I mean, a lot of tariff revenue is coming in. It's just sometimes they don't get charged at the dock. Sometimes the thing makes its way to your door, and then you get hit up for the tariff bill right then and there. That greasy-ass picture is perfect. Dude, he's been looking rough lately. People have been saying that for a while, but he's looked worse than this. That's downright flattering compared to some of the shots I've seen lately. He does look a little bit waxy, yeah. No, white is not his color. I agree. I agree. Mexico has been helping me secure the border, but what Mexico has done is not enough. That's great. Just put the Truth Social post in the bag. Wait, I have to log into Truth Social to see Trump's posts? What the hell? It wasn't like that before. That's annoying. They changed it like a week ago? You just find the fucking screenshots on Twitter. All right, what has he been truthing? Because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interests of our great country, I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. She is a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland if they want her. God bless America. Okay. That's good. That's good. Uh-huh. What did she do? He doesn't know. Here we go. Jesus. Oh, Christ. These are in the official presidential letters that he sent to the EU and to Mexico. It's not just Truth Social posts. They let him type out the damn letters. Oh, God. Dear Madam President Ursula von der Leyen, President of the EU, or European Commission, it is a great honor for me to send you this letter and that it demonstrates the strength and commitment of our trading relationship and the fact that the United States of America has agreed to continue working with the European Union despite having one of our largest trade deficits with you. Nevertheless, we have decided to move forward, but only with more balanced and fair trade. Therefore, we invite you to participate in the extraordinary economy of the United States, the #1 market in the world by far. We've had years to discuss our trade. Yeah. Okay. The EU will allow complete open market access to the U.S. with no tariff being charged to us in an attempt to reduce the large trade deficit. If for any reason you decide to raise your tariffs and retaliate, then whatever the reason you choose to raise them by will be added on to the 30% we charge. Please understand these tariffs are... Oh, I thought he was going to say these 30% tariffs are because you haven't dropped all tariffs. But what he's actually saying is the 30% is just for the love of the game, and we'll add on to more... Yeah, okay. Please understand that these tariffs are necessary to correct the many years of European Union tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers which cause the large and unsustainable trade deficits across the United States. This deficit is a major threat to our economy and, indeed, our national security. And to Claudia Sheinbaum, President of the United Mexican States. Is that actually the official... Because I know Mexico is states. They have states. That's actually the formal title for Mexico? I didn't know that. That's cool. Mexico and America should really just be one country. In a good world, we would be. And it would be fucking awesome. We would have the best food in the world. We could just call it the Gulf of Mexico, America. He tariffed Brazil, which has a trade deficit with the U.S. Well, obviously, it's not like he's going over the numbers. It is a great honor for me to send you this letter and that it demonstrates the strength and commitment of our trading relationship and the fact that the U.S. of A has agreed to continue working with Mexico despite our strong relationship. You will recall the U.S. imposed tariffs on Mexico to deal with our nation's fentanyl crisis, which is caused in part by Mexico's failure to stop the cartels, who are made up of the most despicable people. Blah, 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 blah. 30% tariff. If for any reason you decide to raise your tariffs, then whatever the number you choose to raise them by will be added onto the 30% that we charge. Also, I must mention that the flow of fentanyl is hardly the only challenge we have with Mexico, which has many tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, nice. I don't know, man. It is like a child. It makes me wonder, genuinely, like, who is the person pulling the strings here? Because it's not Trump, obviously, but also, I don't know. Miller? Yeah, but like, it doesn't even seem coherent for Miller. It doesn't even seem to work there. Anyway, these tariffs have worked, at least to assist Trump in one goal. This is the worst year we've basically ever had for the dollar, at least since 1986. So for the past 40 years, the value of the dollar relative to our peers is down 11%. Isn't that fucking amazing? We're so back. I don't know. There is one country that's happy about the tariff letters, by the way. What, Russia? The Myanmar junta expressed its heartfelt appreciation because the U.S. had not, until now, recognized its legitimacy. Okay. Sure, man, whatever. I doubt that's intentional. Sincere appreciation for letter from U.S. President threatening 40% tariff. It would have been funnier if the letter had been addressed to the Myanmar insurgency, you know? This is the first public formal recognition I've seen, said Richard Horsey, a senior Myanmar advisor for the International Crisis Group, describing it as a gift to the regime. Don't you have a war to fight? Get back to work. The junta leaders replied, talked about how he was also a victim of election fraud. It's a bold strategy, but there's a non-zero chance of this fostering some kind of meaningful political relationship between the United States and the junta. Not likely, but it's possible. Shoot your shot, King. But get back to dying to those insurgents, okay? Don't spend too long shooting your shot. Did you hear about the new King of the Hill? I know that it exists. It's woke now? It was always woke. Looks like shit. The new one. What are these links? Oh yeah, I saw this. Bipartisan lawmakers meeting with Netanyahu, and Cory Booker's trying to hide in the back. Cory, no, you're too tall. You needed to duck down more. It's like that fuck-ass shot of, oh, what's her face? Michigan governor? The lady? She was trying to hide while in the Oval Office. Whitmer, thank you. Why is he hiding? Yeah, you'd think he'd want to stand like proud and tall after that book deal of his. Stand, you know? As he did so much. Did you see the U.S. citizen that was beaten to death by Israelis? Yeah, it's pretty difficult to talk about without getting AIPAC, the ADL, the Israeli state, Richie Torres, and Donald Trump to condemn you for the vile anti-Semitic crime of not thinking you should murder U.S. citizens without consequences. It was a U.S. citizen who was an Arab visiting his relatives, and he was beaten to death by a lynch mob, and then they prevented an ambulance from getting to him. Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank beat a U.S. citizen to death during a Friday confrontation between a group of Israelis and Palestinians. Moussalet was born in Florida and was in the village of Sinjil this week visiting family. The Israeli military said a confrontation had broken out between Palestinians and Israelis, and officials were investigating reports of a Palestinian civilian killed. A U.S. embassy spokesperson confirmed Moussalet's death. Israeli officials rarely prosecute those accused of violence against Palestinians, and when they do, a very small percentage end in conviction. Shocking. You probably would have better luck doing like a murder trial for KKK lynchers in the South in the 1930s than you would trying to convict Israeli settlers who murder Palestinians. Control-C, Control-V, October 7th. Thank you. This is a pretty short story. Where's some better coverage? They don't even talk about how they blocked an ambulance. NBC? Brutally beaten to death, his family said in a statement. According to the family, a group of settlers blocked an ambulance from reaching Moussalet for about 3 hours. Jesus. After the settlers cleared, Moussalet's brother was able to reach him and carry him to the ambulance, according to the statement. However, Saif died before reaching the hospital. There will be no consequences to this. Remember how in Saudi Arabia, there was outrage because the United States did not respond with like sufficient condemnation after an American journalist was hacked up by Saudis? This is not going to get any acknowledgement. Like, in that case, there was condemnation but widespread outrage. This is just a little nothing story. Biden supports this? Yes. A second man was killed in the same incident, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In response to a request for comments from NBC News, a State Department spokesperson said it was, quote, aware of reports of the death of a U.S. citizen of the West Bank, adding the department had no further comment, quote, out of the respect for the privacy of the family and loved ones of the reported victim. The IDF said Friday it was, quote, aware of reports regarding a Palestinian civilian killed and a number of injured Palestinians as a result of the confrontation. They're being looked into by the ISA and Israeli police. Nice. No acknowledgement of one of them being a U.S. citizen? Yeah, as a result of the confrontation, yeah. I'm sure the U.S. citizen went to the West Bank and then instigated a confrontation with an Israeli settler lynch mob. I'm sure he was the instigator. Yeshtin, an Israeli human rights group, said settlers rarely face legal consequences for violence perpetrated against Palestinians. Between 2005 and 2023, more than 93% of all investigations were closed without an indictment, and only 3% of investigations led to a conviction. Jesus Christ. They've been defending this project the entire time, man. Like, it's been blood-soaked from the beginning. I know we mostly talk about post-October 7th, but it really is just an open killing field here. Meanwhile, the conviction rate of Palestinians tried in Israeli military court is no exaggeration, 99%. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Sorry, just reading messages. Do you see these fucking evil people saying Israel's a decolonization state, that it's a form of land back? Well, again, keep in mind, all identity politics exists in large part to be weaponized by Hillary Clinton type neoliberals to avoid real, like they are meant to be a like a Gordian knot. They're meant to be like a fucking Escherian staircase where you can just walk along them forever and never reach a conclusion or a solution. They'll shut you up when it's convenient to, they'll ignore you when it's convenient to, and then when you have a good argument that feels like it adheres to all the logic they've set forward, you feel like you're abiding by the terms and the conditions of the argument, they come up with new terms and conditions. It's not meant to find solutions, it's meant to obscure them. It is jibber jabber. That is true. I don't know if that's a deep cut. Oh, my man's live right now. Okay, folks. For the first time, a bipartisan, good lord. You know how we've been big on the like anti-ruroid arc lately? Look at this phrenological specimen at the top of the Associated Press article. The photographer for the press knew exactly what they were doing with this one. A group of pro-Trump protesters in front of Alligator Alcatraz. I know, right? I know, right? It's like, whew. Oh, man. That makes it easy. It feels good to hate, doesn't it, you know? Right in here, it's like, you know, you have 1,000 real arguments, but you don't even need to go to those, do you? I look forward to respecting driving laws around these people when GTA 6 comes out. Driving responsibly. Lawmakers were allowed a tour of Vosh pro-Trump protesters in front of Trump's facility. What are they protesting? Well, it's like when they did lynchings and people would show up to take pictures with, like, the, you know, the black guy who was hanging, basically. So I guess not protesters, supporters. It's legal to keep driving through protesters in Florida. You're not wrong. I'm calling them protesters for legal reasons. You're not wrong. Anyway, a state-arranged tour of the new Everglades Immigration Detention Facility took place today. Actually, right now, Maxwell Frost is live talking about it.
Just bust everybody out of there.
What's up?
I also have the organization doing all the medical work there as well. See, they did not let us see the medical area. The reason this is important is allowed to go see the medical area. The staff said that.
Okay, this is a rebroadcasting of a Zoom call that he had driving back from the facility. So it's not live properly, but it's recent, like very recent.
Because of HIPAA, they can't show us it. That is a complete lie. I have done an unannounced visit to an immigrant detention facility before. I went to Baker. In Baker, I was able to see everything I wanted to see. The medical area, where they eat, everything. I was able to see everything I wanted to see. They did not let us see the medical area. The reason this is important is obviously we want to make sure that there's good medical care, especially given the fact that in the Everglades, there's the hot sun, there's bugs everywhere, all of this going on. But also in many of these facilities, the medical unit is oftentimes used as the segregation unit for different people, or a unit of isolation. We're unable to see that.
Boomer operating the goddamn Zoom
cages, they wouldn't let us go into the actual tent. They let us stand at the door. They opened the door. There was about 6 security guards standing there kind of pushing us back, but we could see in and we could hear everybody. And when
they didn't even let you see anything then? They didn't even let you in the tents? They just let you, like, peek in through the door?
Doors open. You know, what I saw made my heart sink. I saw 32 people per cage, about 6 cages in the one tent. I saw a lot of people, young men who looked like me and people who were my age. People were yelling, "Help me, help me." I heard in the back someone say, "I'm a U.S. citizen." And as we were walking away, they started chanting, "Libertad, libertad, libertad, freedom." And in looking into these cages, you could see, of course, it was warm and hot within the tent. People were sweating. Some people had taken off the top of their clothing because it was just so hot. Some of them were drenched in sweat. The food we saw is not enough food. They're being fed essentially a small sandwich and a bag of chips. And not just that, but the conditions outside, of course, it's blazing hot. And the fact that
So it's a concentration camp. It is unambiguously a concentration camp. That's not remotely the camps we had down at the border during the child separation, like the camps that we built to facilitate the first Trump policy, first Trump term policies, were also concentration camps. But these are concentration camps in the most, like, straightforward, like, textual definition. Like, you don't need to stretch any lines or anything. It's just, yeah. We're doing Japanese internment except without a war this time. Well, listen, not to compare two bad bitches or anything, but I think the character of what's happening right now is potentially quite a bit worse. Not to say that what happened with the Japanese wasn't monstrous, but, like, the character of the internment, the way it's taking place, the tone of the administration, which is overtly, like, genocidal. I don't know.
The cage comes from the toilet. Number one, not everyone's going to be able to drink as much water as they'd like to because of that inconvenience, but also it's gross and it's disgusting. And this is where people are being held.
Wait.
And the fact that into the cage comes from the toilet.
What?
Number one, not everyone's going to be able to drink as much water as they'd like to because of that inconvenience, but also it's gross and it's disgusting. And this is where people are being held. I came to this tour with a binder.
Vosh, the Japanese were literally in concentration camps. I know that. I'm not disputing the fact that the Japanese were in concentration camps at all. Those were also definitionally concentration camps, 100%.
Full of questions. There are questions in this binder. They have accounts of people in the detention facility in the binder. And I also have some names of a few constituents or people who have family members that are constituents. And my intention was to go speak with these individuals. We were denied the ability to speak with any of the detainees there, but I was told by the staff with notice I would be able to meet with whomever I want to meet with. Another question that many local organizers, lawyers, and family had: under what authority are they keeping people in this facility? Is it a state facility or is it a federal facility? We had state legislators go to the internment camp last week, and they were denied entry, essentially being told, well, it's more of a federal facility. We were planning.
That's actually a really good point, because federal funds have been appropriated, but this was officially handed off to the state. This is a federally funded state project. But if that's the case, state officials should be able to visit at will. Like, I mean, members of Congress have the right to visit federal officials anyway, because if you're a member of Congress, you have the ability to exercise oversight over federal facilities. You're literally a federal lawmaker. But state officials have been denied entry to the camp. It's like an illegal gray zone. Well, it's not an illegal gray zone. They're just breaking the law. Like, unambiguously, they're creating this. This is what I mean about how terrifying this is. The people in these camps could disappear and no one would know. They built them there so journalists can't access it. They didn't even want to show Frost or the other people the inside of these tents. You've got people screaming, you know, I'm a citizen, help, help, so on. And if you're selectively denying both federal and state officials the ability to access it,
an unannounced trip this morning, and somehow the state caught wind of it and decided to invite us to come instead. We know that the reason they invited us is because they wanted it to be an announced trip so they could clean stuff up. But I can tell you, even though they had time to get stuff together and clean things up and make the conditions quote unquote better, the cage is still a cage. The conditions are still bad. They
need to be sent with marshals. I understand this is extreme, but like, this is getting ridiculous. They're building concentration camps and keeping people from going in. A judge needs to authorize marshals to accompany state and federal officials. They need to go in with 20 men and say, like, if you stop us, like, you are getting arrested. Like, the fucking camp, the fucking Auschwitz guards they have at the camp are not going to risk arrest or death over stopping like a member of Congress backed by marshals. There's no fucking way. They are not paid to do that, okay? True, but how do you make that happen in Florida? It doesn't matter. Just judge has to authorize it. They just have to get the marshals. Issue is marshals are under the DOJ, so they just won't. Yeah, but like the DOJ doesn't directly control all the marshals. They're like under the purview, but a lot of people are under the executive branch, you know? And if they did do that, by the way, like, that would be its own line in the sand, right? Like, if the Department of Justice is like, nope, no marshals allowed, no judge can allow marshals to accompany any lawmakers entering these facilities, no one allowed, then that's like, eventually you have to start calling these bluffs, because otherwise they'll get away with anything. They will kill these people and throw them into the marsh. Like, you don't know law is over until you challenge it.
Not allow us to look at the they are using right now. They brought us into a brand new cage that they had just built that they're hoping they can get online in the next week. But they wouldn't let us go into to see the actual toilets that the people are using. When I asked why, they said, well, it's to keep us safe. But they were in the cage. And I think it's because they didn't want us to see the important condition.
And yeah, if the marshals are difficult, get private security. There are members of Congress with more than enough money to marshal private security. If a member of Congress has the right to inspect the facility, they could absolutely make the argument that their guards do too. 100%. That's not at all out of line. And if they say no, then you say, well, then make me. It's their authority. You're a member of Congress. You have authority. You're not just a fucking guy.
Of the toilets and the bathrooms. We've heard reports even from constituents that are in the facility.
To be clear, I'm not talking about Maxwell Frost here. A move like that would have to be done with like real authority. I think a senator, a junior congressman, like trying to buy up private security and go in, that would be unwise. You would need to move with some real, like, muscle, essentially.
That even though there's 3 bathrooms, oftentimes only one of the toilet is working. We've heard multiple reports of backup of the toilets being backed up and feces being essentially sprayed everywhere. So all in all, every Floridian should be ashamed of the fact that our taxpayer money is being used for this internment camp where people are in horrible conditions.
Concentration camp.
In the hot Florida sun. And we said this before I said it before I got there, and I say it even louder now. The other thing I'll say is we were able to ascertain that essentially this is a facility that is operated by the state. The state is using their Office of Emergency Management to run the whole operation. This is the same office and staff that are supposed to help us when there's a hurricane. And we're in hurricane season now. It's a gross misuse of resources to dehumanize immigrants and dehumanize people who were all...
Any senator on the Appropriations Committee literally has top secret security clearance because they can do... No, for sure. Like, people, it's just important to remember that these aren't regular people, okay? Maxwell Frost is closer to being a regular person, but there are Democratic members of the Senate who could just march on a facility if they wanted to. It's not an exaggeration. That's not LARP. They have the clearance necessary to do that. And if they wanted to bring security, they could do it. And if people said, no, you're not allowed, they would say, yes, I am. And that would be that. So why aren't they doing that? Because they still think that there is a way out of this but through. At the end of the game, or sorry, at the end of the day, politics is a game. And if you are willing to put your nuts on the table and the other guy isn't, you win. Okay? It's all bluffs. The fascists will always win as long as they're more daring than you, okay? But if you show up with a fucking private security force and demand entry with a bunch of cameras behind you, that's that. And if they fight you on that, then it's civil war. If a member of I mean, honestly, any senator, but Senate Appropriations Committee was denied or shown violence because they tried to exercise their legally enshrined right to oversee federal facilities with security present, then that would be like an actual re-secure the National Guard, form a line around the border of the blue states type of moment. Yeah.
Latino men in this facility. So, you know, my heart is broken leaving this place. It's very emotional to see people caged like that, to see humans caged like that at a time where we have such wealth inequality in this country, where the president just signed a bill that's going to take away healthcare from 2 million Floridians, 17 million people in this country, taking away nutritional assistance, doing nothing to help with the cost of housing, all of these issues. And what's happening, the governor of this state is using our taxpayers.
Well, mute. Members of Congress have the right to oversee federal facilities. They do. The clearance would just excise any excuse the state could use. They would still say, like, that's okay. You heard Maxwell Frost say it earlier. You heard him say it earlier that the Florida government caught wind of the fact that a bunch of lawmakers wanted to see the camp, so they invited them and made it a tour. That's because they know they can't stop him. If Maxwell Frost wanted to, he could turn the car around right now at this point in the video and go back for a round 2. He could stay there for as long as he wanted to. He has the right to oversight. They know they have to give them viewing, but when they do shit like, say, you can't see the medical facilities, or no, you can't go inside, you're just going to peer in, that's when you, as a member of Congress, say, bullshit, fuck you. I'll see whatever the fuck I want to. And then you push past them with your security team. That's your right. You have the right to do that. Stop me. It's not aura farming. It's legally their right. Wouldn't this give them a lot of street cred too? I mean, genuinely, like, this is one of the reasons why I'm surprised more stuff like this hasn't happened. It would be amazing for your career. Gavin Newsom realized this. That's why Trump and Homan were threatening to arrest Newsom. Newsom said, fucking do it, pussy. And they said, we won't. Because he understood that if he got arrested, he would be our next president. He would be the fucking 48th, you know? Any congressperson who essentially used force to legitimize their legal right to federal oversight, like if that turned nasty, if they got arrested for it, they would be a national hero.
Your money for a stunt, and it's not a stunt with 0 victims. It's a stunt that is using humans, and I'm going to continue to.
I don't like this. Also, it's not a stunt. Like Auschwitz wasn't a stunt. It's just the thing. Like the concentration camps are the point of the thing. They're not like they like to showboat over it, but a stunt implies that it's not real, like a stunt actor, right? But it's real. They're building concentration camps and throwing people in them without due process, with like masked Gestapo who'll go from neighborhood to neighborhood and kill and arrest people without impunity, or with impunity. Sorry.
Fight for the dignity and respect of immigrants in this country who are not poisoning the blood of this nation, but are a part of the blood. I'm the proud son of a Cuban refugee. I will be back to this facility at a time and a date of my own choosing. I don't need permission from anyone to go into that facility, which is a facility.
What is Vosh? What is Vosh talking about? They would arrest that senator. That's what Ross Baraka did. Ross Baraka was not a member of Congress. He was the mayor. He didn't have the authority, so that's why they arrested him and didn't go after the Democratic congresswoman who was with him. Bosch is forgetting what happened when they tried already. They didn't. At that facility in Newark, the 2 Democratic congresswomen, they tried some bullshit, oh, she assaulted an ICE officer stuff, which is why you need to go with security, so they form a protective ring around you. But they didn't. They went after Baraka because he was a mayor. He didn't have the federal authority of oversight. They did, which is why they didn't go after it. They know there are consequences to really going after a member of Congress. You need to exercise that power. What's the point of having this power? Like, so you make up 49% of the government instead of the 51%, and that means you have no authority whatsoever? That's not how it works. Remember back in the early days of this administration, I guess that was just a few months ago, when a bunch of Democratic members of Congress rolled up to that building that had been closed by Doge? Remember? There was a private security guard, not anyone with any federal authority, but a private security guard guarding it, and they all just stayed there. You know, they could have just, like, gone in the building, right? That was a federal office. They're members of Congress. They could have just gone in. If it was locked, they get security to break it open. They shouldn't dirty their hands with it, because that would make things more complicated for them. Oh, you're locking the door? You don't have the authority to do that. I actually can go in. I can do whatever the fuck I want, actually. One fucking private security guard is enough to stop a bunch of Democratic Congress people? Ridiculous. Get security. Every single Democratic member of Congress should have a security firm working with them, or multiple. When the Trump administration tries to block you from something, from doing something that is legally your right, they take the heat. That's what they're paid for, okay?
Facility where they get the direction from ICE. So that's what I have to say, and we'll open it up for questions.
Michael Jones, I'll go ahead and pass it to you first.
Okay.
Hey, Congressman, it's Michael Jones from Once Upon a Hill. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks for doing this. I wanted to ask, I know that the center is, stood up by the state, but it's in partnership with DHS. And so I'm wondering, since we're in appropriations...
The most fucked up thing about that happening in D.C., by the way, is what do you think would happen to anyone who was arrested for obstructing a congressman in their legal right to exercise federal oversight? What do you think would happen to anyone arrested? Do you have any idea what the judge circuit is like in D.C.? Do you have any idea how dem-aligned those judges are? Any private security officer who got thrown to them, who the AG went after them and they got thrown to the circuit, they would be fucking sent to the goddamn mines. Okay? We don't even have words for the shit they would be sentenced to, okay? You have so much power. The only lesson that I've gotten from this, honestly, is that most Democrats genuinely don't know what to do if somebody tells them they can't do a thing they can legally do. Like, if you're in your house and you're chilling and a guy breaks in and they say, get out of my house, in America, you can shoot them. Maybe in other pussy countries you can't, but in America, if a guy breaks into your house and demands you leave, you can just draw a firearm and end their life. I think a Democratic congressperson would just leave the house. Not legal advice. I mean, you can check the law, but if a person breaks into your house, you have pretty wide discretion. Congresswoman Maxine Waters tried to force her way into the ICE detention center in LA, but they pulled the door shut. Yeah, you need security. That's exactly what I mean. Like, what do you...
No, I want you to... Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
Ma'am, we're lobbying securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
She's not a visitor. She's a congresswoman with congressional oversight. The answer here is move or you'll be arrested. Here are my marshals.
Public apparel.
I need to get in.
Like, ridiculous. Like, what's the point of having power? Genuinely, what the fuck is the point of having power? Like, yeah, like you could have any power you want on paper. And yeah, if you give up when people just close doors on you, then you don't actually have any power. Power's been centralized, my dude. No, it hasn't. They still have this power. A fat fuck closing the door in your face doesn't legally override your congressional oversight powers. Why would you think that? You do. Oh, sorry, he countered. That's the rock and that's the paper. That guy's breaking the law. Arrest him. Toss him to the most liberal judge in the circuit. 1,000 years in the fucking salt mines.
What are you hoping to do, Congresswoman?
I just want to see David Werta. Right, 6, 7.
Would a congressperson normally be able to enter the...
Normally, yes.
Well, sorry, a guy closed the door in your face. He exercised a power demonstrated by any human being with arms. Clearly the power of Congress, being a senior congresswoman, you know, there's no... It's impossible to overcome.
What is happening here? Well, there were some of the authorities, I don't know who they were.
We were willing to do anything to fight for our constituents, but the opposing party just closing a door in our face to prevent us from exercising our legal authority? Sorry. Yeah, we don't really have a counter to that one.
And I'm trying to get in to see David Werta, who they have arrested. He is the head of SEIU local union here. I don't know why he was targeted. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know whether they're going to deport him. I want to report back.
You don't hate Democrats enough, guys. I'm telling you, you do not hate Democrats enough. Notice how her first response to this really was to just cry to the camera rather than to say, this is illegal, I will have you arrested. She's too old for this? Yeah, definitely.
And the DHS bill just made it out of committee and will probably come to the floor before August recess. Do you have any plans beyond oversight and public accountability to, I guess, introduce any amendments? Is there any legislation in the works? I know you're limited in what you can do in the minority, but just how are you looking forward to using your federal, kind of the federal power that you have and the coalitions that you have in Congress to continue to kind of use every lever, a legislative lever of power you have to create the change you're trying to see?
Yeah, I appreciate the question.
I think Vosh is too unintelligent to piece together the "I'll have you arrested" means nothing when the police support Trump's policies. I don't understand why you feel the need to construct realities to justify your weakness. Like, why can't you just realize you have more power than you actually do? For one, cops aren't the only people who can conduct arrests. For two, the like you can bring marshals or you can just order arrests. You're in Congress. Like you have power, dude. You can have a private security firm, Maxine Waters has the money, and just go in there and just block people from blocking you. And if they do anything to impede the security officers or you, they're impeding a member of Congress from exercising their duties. She could break the fucking door down. Why not? You really think a member of Congress can't marshal any legal authority? Like, oh no, every cop's pro-Trump. Come the fuck on. You've already lost then. You've built a world where you don't have to put any effort in because you think there's no point. These armed gentlemen are just my staff? Yeah, you can do that. You're allowed to do that. Also, that was in California. You really think they couldn't get state police? Like, the big incidents we're talking about have been in California and DC. You really don't think there are any law enforcement officers in either of those areas that would be willing to come along with a congressperson to Aura Farm and exercise their, like, anything? Nothing at all?
There's a few things. Number one is obviously our ability to conduct oversight. We know that it is in the law that members of Congress cannot be stopped from entering these detention facilities. And part of the thing I really wanted to ascertain here was, is this a federal...
Vosh is wrong about all this. Legally, they can't arrest the federal agents. Yeah, they can. Nor would private... You can arrest whoever you want. They don't mind. Nor would private security be allowed in the grounds. Sure, just say they are. Make them stop you. Why the fuck do you think they get away with so much? How can you watch them break the law over and over and then you act like a pussy when it comes to your powers? It's the Wild West. Like, time after time, you see them do whatever the fuck they want. You're like, oh, I didn't realize they could do that, when all they had to do was just do it. And then you're like, well, we can't just do the thing. Yes, you can. Get a group of sheriffs or state policemen, anyone who will work with you, anyone who stops you, arrest them. Throw them in the fucking drunk tank. It doesn't matter if the AG presses charges, but they should. Impeding a member of Congress, yeah, we'll toss like 50 charges on there. Oh, they'll fight it. Then let them fight it. The Trump administration can barely manage the court cases they're already settled in. How do you think they're going to handle fucking 100,000 charges against their ICE agents? Seriously, you really think the DOJ has the people necessary to fight those cases? They're going to be going to fucking public defenders for ICE agents, okay? It'll be great. Long Beach police arrested and charged a Border Patrol agent just a few days ago. They're not immune! They're not gods! Why do you all want to just roll over and show your belly? They're just regular people. That fat fucking thumb who closed the door in Maxine Waters' face is just a guy. He's just a guy. You could go in there with private security and a few sheriffs and just arrest him if he blocks you. It's a crime. She has a legal right to be there. He's just a fucking guy. (18 USCS 111) makes assaulting a federal officer punishable up to 8 years in prison. Who said assault? Yeah, if you assault them, don't fucking assault them. If they block you from exercising your legal right, that's another thing. You can arrest members of the federal. You can arrest federal officers if they commit crimes. You're allowed to do that. Also, please, God, the more beefing there is between federal and local police, the better.
facility, in which it's just operated by the state. And so we are within our bounds to show. I could show up tomorrow, I could show up the next day, and they have to let me into the facility. I'm going to continue to do that as well. We actually heard reports from many immigrants that are within the facility that said, well, yesterday out of nowhere, they let us take a shower. They hadn't let us take a shower all week.
Try them with resisting arrest? Fuck yeah, dude. Try every ICE officer who remotely impedes a Democratic member of Congress with resisting arrest. You give them 2 seconds to get the fuck out of your way, and if they don't, they get arrested. If they fight, that's resisting arrest. Congratulations. DOJ, handle those cases. Yeah, hey, DOJ, hey, Pam Bondi, you have to send 5,000 more lawyers to manage these cases. You do realize that a lot of these AGs and judges operating, federal appointed AGs are often Hitlerites, but the state charges that these guys would be getting are overseen by people who are not fans of Trump. Like the judges and AGs operating on municipal and state levels, do you have any idea how much fun they would have tearing into federal agents that get arrested for impeding a Democratic member of Congress's legal right to oversee these concentration camps? They would be torn limb from limb. Oh, not to mention the time they would spend in jail, because not all of them would get out on bond. Just statistically speaking, some of them would stay in there. And that would be fun. I bet the ICE agents that impede the next member of Congress looking to exercise oversight would be a little more careful, considering the fact that some of their compatriots have been thrown in the fucking slammer for breaking the law. Make them fear the consequences of breaking the law. Stop rewarding them for breaking the law. Stop telling them it's okay. Stop permitting it. Stop excusing it. Stop saying that there's nothing you can do about it. They broke the law.
Yesterday out of nowhere, the food, got a little better than it's been before. And of course, all of this is in connection to the tour we were doing. That's why these visits from elected officials are so important in helping to see what's going on, but also help with the conditions on the ground. In terms of our oversight ability, I'm going to be speaking with our brand new ranking member, Robert Garcia, about seeing how we can use our ability to do shadow ad hoc hearings.
Trump has unquestionable power of pardon. Federal pardons, and that's for convictions, not for state or municipal, and not for ongoing cases. Irrelevant. Stop being weak.
Shine an even bigger light on the human rights issues and on the important conditions within this facility and within facilities across the country. And we hopefully will have more on that very soon, and on that conversation soon. We're also going to be looking at, and I'm unsure if it'll be via amendment or legislation, and we gotta I just came out of this facility and I have a lot more ideas around it. And so we'll keep everybody updated, but we will use every tool we got as members of Congress, whether it's through the appropriations process, filing legislation, or doing ad hoc hearings, continue to conduct the oversight visits. We're going to do everything we can because what I saw today, like I said before, broke my heart, and everyone should be very pissed off about the fact that our money's being used for an internment camp in the middle of the Everglades.
Thank you so much.
What state law would be broken? Federal agents would be impeding a member of Congress from overseeing these facilities. There are a million things that could be charged. It's happening in a state. If you have state officers with you, people who would who could bring charges, state charges against them. There's a million things that you could bring them. Who the fuck cares, dude? Cops love making up charges. Let these Trump-hating attorney generals have fun with it. It's a creative writing exercise. I agree, but it's Florida, dog. Yes, in Florida, you probably wouldn't be able to find as many sympathetic AGs and judges, though you still would find some. Keep in mind that a lot of these judges were, they took power before Florida was even a red state. That being said, that doesn't change the fact that you still have the legal authority to go through. You bring your whoever you need, your marshals, your sheriffs, your private security, and you do whatever the fuck you want. You have a legal right to be there. It is illegal to block them from doing the oversight. They have a legal right to be there.
Much, Congressman.
Jess Craven, I'll go ahead and pass it to you next.
Thanks. Hi, Congressman Frost. Thank you so much for doing this, especially after what must have been a very, very emotional, I can't even imagine. Thanks for being here. These are very nuts and bolts questions. Do you know how many people are there? Is the gender breakdown, is it all males? And are they from all over the country, or are they all from Florida?
There's just under 1,000 people there right now. Their goal is to get to 4,000 capacity, 4,000 beds by August, in a couple weeks here. They're going to be adding an additional 1,000 beds to it.
States have a lot of follow-on charges to most federal laws / misconduct. Yeah, please do not believe the bullshit that there's nothing state AGs could do to charge you. For one, the cops aren't the ones who issue charges. The cops can arrest you for any reason they want, okay? If you're in California and you get some sheriffs or members of the highway patrol with you and you march in, you can arrest people. They'll arrest people for fun. They love it. I lived in LA. I've seen what they do. They love arresting people. The charges, let the attorney general sort that out. And trust me, they're very good at finding charges. If they hate you, they will find charges. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are. They will find charges. These random ICE agents aren't gods. They're not the president. They're just random fucking people, losers.
Within the next week or so, and we saw that those new cages that they were working on. The demographic, this facility is all males over the age of 18. It is a mix of people. There are a lot of people there who just have a civil offense or just something very low that they were picked up for, all the way up to people who have done, violent crimes and all in between. There is a wristband system when they arrive that they put on them to determine what kind of offense they had. Most of them being civil offenses and small offenses, and they do not have them segregated. It's just a big hodgepodge of people all put together. And I asked a few questions on mental health issues and on how people can seek mental health help. If they are, if I asked the company, there's a third-party company that's doing all the medical work. Looking through my notes to try to find
what a surprise. It's subcontracted. I bet they're getting paid a lot.
Name for you guys. The third-party company that's doing all the medical work, I asked them, how often are you asked by the people running the facility who might not be able to be put in the general population because of a mental health condition or because of this and that? They weren't able to answer the questions, and it looks like there's not a ton of communication.
Imagine if we were getting mugshots of unmasked ICE agents. Oh my fucking God, I'd come so hard in my fucking pants, dude. If some Dem senator with some real balls went down to California and marched into the facility, the federal detention facility down there in downtown, and it just led to a string of arrests as California Highway Patrol members followed him through and arrested people for looking at them funny.
On that front either. This leads me to another thing that I forgot to mention that I think is really important. This facility, when we first pulled up, it was mainly third-party security companies,
of course,
that were running the parking and the security.
You know what that means, by the way? That means the guards to Alligator Auschwitz don't even have any real authority. They're fucking private security. They're not federal police. If you went up there with your goddamn marshals, there's nothing they could do.
All of this. Then we get into the facility, and when we were at the tent where all the cages are, the people holding us back and the people in there dealing with the detainees were from a third-party security company. We barely saw any federal agents, a few people from the National Guard, a few people who are trained law enforcement officers, but it was mainly essentially cops for hire.
Because it's all kickbacks to private security firms. The whole purpose is to transfer money from FEMA's budget for helping people who get hit by hurricanes to private security and other private contractors.
Different than the people who wand you, if you were to go into a concert or go to a sports game. And these are a lot of the folks who are dealing with the detainees, transporting them around the facility, and are essentially running the whole thing. So this is also a huge source of taxpayer money just going to corporations, but also...
What's the difference between them and a normal civilian? Private security are normal civilians. They're normal civilians. They're just regular ass people. They're nothing. If you're a member of Congress, they're nothing. They have absolutely nothing. They cannot, they just have a job. They have no legal authority.
What worries me too is these people do not have the training you need to run a facility like this.
Richard Luscombe, I'll go ahead and pass it to you next.
Hi, Congressman. It's Richard Luscombe with The Guardian. Thanks for this opportunity. Safe travels home. You've actually answered a lot of my questions just in this last bit. I was going to ask what uniforms people were wearing, who were the people doing the guarding. You covered some of that. You said you saw some National Guard, some evidence of federal folks there. In the response to the lawsuit from the environmental groups, the feds were denying anything to do with it. This is all simply a state operation. The state's funding it has nothing to do with us. But you said there were some federal folks there. Do you know who they were? What they were doing, and what role did you see the National Guard playing? Thank you.
It's completely a lie, and this is the problem: is the state is being ambiguous on purpose because of this lawsuit and because of other things as well. You know, they hesitate to say it's a federal detention center run by the state because then they would have to let us in without any kind of announcement. And so we were told that yes, there are ICE agents there every day, and the ICE agents, I was told this directly from the guy.
It is a federal facility. If there are federal officers that are there and they denied state officers the right to be there, but then they had to roll out the welcoming wagon for Maxwell Frost, it's a federal facility. It doesn't matter what they say. The fact that they were willing to bar state officials, but not Frost, they had to acquiesce and give him some kind of tour, shows it right there. He could come back with marshals.
The whole thing, that ICE tells them exactly what to do. They told them how to put everything together. They gave them the instructions on how to do the cages, on the food, on who's coming in, who's coming out. It's ICE making all the decisions, and he was very clear that the role the state is playing is a logistical role, which is running the operation of the facility. This is a federal facility, and so we'll be jotting this all down too and putting it out officially so people can understand the conversations I had and that we all had in the place. But I can tell you, every other question we asked, it always ended with, "This is what ICE told us to do."
Cameron Stevenson, I'll pass to you next.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Congressman.
Would coming back with marshals allow the press to get in? I don't think that the legal right to oversight allows you to bring press in. That being said, it would be like a huge nuts on the table moment to show up with a bunch of marshals, private security, and also members of the Associated Press and say, no, we are going to do oversight, actually. I don't think this is top secret. No such clearance has been designated. You're going to open up now, or my guards are going to open the door for me, and you're getting arrested. It would be a nuts on the table moment. The congressperson could record their phone. Yeah, that as well.
For taking the time. I got kind of a two-part question. First, do you know if they have started any deportation flights out of that facility?
What we heard is that no, not yet. But it seems like there might have been some to bring people in. Everyone who's been here, everyone who's been at this facility has been there for about a week, except today when we went into the intake area. There was I would peg it at maybe 30 or 40 people going through the process to come into the facility. We were also told by Kevin Guthrie, who's running the facility, that people will not be there any longer than 2 weeks. That is the max amount of time that they're saying that anyone would spend in the facility.
Probably shouldn't believe them on that.
Which, by the way, if it wasn't a federal facility and it was just a state jail or a state facility, that means they would be holding the detainees under an ICE detainer, which is just a few days, not 2 weeks. So that's just another point that shows you that they're under ICE custody and the operations being run by the state.
Okay. Now my quick follow-up to that is just, since they're holding them, for 2 weeks, they haven't started the flights yet. Are they being booked, processed, and being put into the court system, or do you know if they're avoiding that so they can just?
They're avoiding it, and actually, State Representative Escamani had a conversation.
I don't know. I appreciate what Maxwell Frost is doing here, but it does bother me a little bit that he's calling it an internment camp, and he's talking about it with the same tone he would talk about, like, a waterfront development that's behind schedule on construction. Again, like and he's like a young Dem, but like I don't understand the tone at all. Like I feel I'm so much more alarmed by all of this, and I'm not in Congress. And if I was in Congress talking to journalists about this, I would be losing my shit. I don't know. You don't hate the Democrats enough. Not necessarily Maxwell Frost, I mean, but like, just the performative weakness is so exhausting. It's so fucking exhausting. It's so tiring to have to observe. Like a lot of the people in chat, I bet a lot of you didn't know this about the Federal Authority of Oversight. I bet you didn't realize how like absolute it is. It's very absolute. It's not like a suggestion. If you see someone close the door in your face, like to a member of Congress who's attempting to exercise federal oversight, that's like somebody closing the door of your house in your face. You can get in there. You can make a mess getting in there. That's your house. They have a legal right to be there. You have a legal right to be in your house. It's an authority that they choose to shirk time and time again, and every time they do so, they give more power over to the right. And now a lot of people don't even know. Now a lot of people aren't even aware. They're not aware of the fact that Trump having the presidency doesn't actually give him infinity super duper power over everything. You don't have to be appointed to an oversight role / committee first. Nope. All members of Congress have this right. There are certain types of oversight that people with those specific committee positions might get to exercise, but the role to oversee federal facilities is given to all in Congress. Only in their districts, right? They are U.S. Congress people. Their district is the United States of America. That's their jurisdiction. They're not state officials. Their power is federal. Federal oversight. Any facility, any time. They show up, they get in. This shit used to mean something. Is there any way to kindly ask them to do their jobs? Well, the best thing that we can do is get people with figurative balls in Congress, which is one of the reasons why I've been asking people to quickly phone bank for Deha Fox so that the 25-year-old Zoomer can win in Arizona 7 and not the AIPAC-affiliated daughter of the previous incumbent. So I'm gonna drop that at the end of this long meandering segment. But the election is in like 3 days. So if you have any free time, and you do, I know you're a loser. You don't need to lie to me, okay? This is a safe space for your poorly developed social skills, okay? This is a great opportunity for you to, A, do something with your time that isn't jerking off and playing fucking Uma Musume, and B, exercise your social skills a bit. Get your ass in there, okay? I mean it. I'm not fucking joking, okay? Do you have any idea how funny it would be if a 25-year-old who joined the race that late ended up beating out the daughter of the incumbent in a special election? The race is close by current polling. Get your ass in there. Are House of Representative members allowed to do this? I mean, they're members of Congress. So yes. One thing at a time, Skyfer. Honestly, you're right. Leaving chat, gonna go phone bank for 10 to 15 minutes before continuing packing. Yeah, that's the kind of energy I like to see. What are you people doing with your lives right now? Nothing. You're worthless. You're just as worthless as these fucks in Congress. You get mad at fucking Democratic Congress members for not exercising their power to make change, and then you go ahead and don't exercise your power to make change? Unforgivable. Click the fucking link. I'm cleaning my room. No, you're not. You're thinking about cleaning your room, and every 5 minutes you move one object from one place to another. You're not actively doing it. If you were, you wouldn't have had time to type, and you wouldn't have had the interest to stop cleaning a room to type. I'm at work. Work is unimportant. Quit your job and phone bank. Hold on, I have to send this to the editors. Sorry. It feels weird to phone bank for an area I don't live in. All right, gotta do it. Gotta do it. Don't be a bitch. On what basis are you endorsing Fox? Also, she didn't join the race late. I don't know why you're claiming that. Well, she did in terms of like the narrative, because it's a special election and everyone expected it to go to the daughter of the incumbent. But then she jumped in and has like surged in attention, gotten a bunch of donations. So it's more like you have kind of the Mamdani thing where you have like the expected winner and then you know you have an ascendant star. Also, I just think that she's better. I think she's got more energy. Also, the fact that the incumbent's daughter has associations with AIPAC and was paid by AIPAC to go to Israel and then did a talk at the AIPAC National Summit about how Latino identity is Israeli identity. I don't know. That doesn't really sit well with me personally. I know that was like 12 years ago, but she was an adult woman when she did that, and I don't really like that. That was a weird bit of Oppo research we stumbled into. Did she actually say that? Yes. Or she might have said the other one. She said Israeli identity is Latino identity. It was like that, you know? And there was like Spanish guitar playing in the background. The incumbent is Latina? Dog, it's Arizona 7. Do you have any idea how Latin that area is? It's fucking, it's the entire South Arizona. It's all fucking Mexicans. God bless them. Good, Vicarious. 1.1k likes when we got 7.3k viewers. Get those numbers up. That's a good point. You know, when you like the stream, it contributes to its visibility, which means more people see it, which means that maybe a Democratic member of Congress might visit and learn how to do their job properly, you know? Vosh increasingly giving off I'm building a cult here vibes chill by telling people to phone bank? No, I'm sorry. We need a lot more fervor if we're going to win the future back, okay? I think that a lot of people are deeply uncomfortable with the idea of putting the kind of energy in that would be necessary to win this country back from the freaks who have stolen it from us, you know? Unfortunately, again, if your nuts aren't on the table, you're not going to win. The opposition is so committed ideologically, they wear campaign merch 24/7, okay? You need that kind of energy. And if not, then you might as well already be dead. Can you say dick on the table? I don't think dick on the table has the same ring as nuts on the table. Vosh keeps doing accents in a mocking way. Why hasn't anyone called him out for it? It's weird. The thing that I was mocking was, if you saw the video of the incumbent's daughter in Arizona 7 talking at that AIPAC conference, the cynical way they weaponized Latin identity to try to build an artificial connection with Israel. So the reason I put the accent on was because I was trying to imitate this like saccharine, insincere corporate effort, the Spanish guitar in the background. So I'm really criticizing, if anything, racism from AIPAC, which I think is justifiable. I don't really think I've ever made fun of like Mexicans for their accents. I grew up around them. I think they sound quite nice. I wish I could speak Spanish, but unfortunately, learning languages just pinged off my brain every time I tried. I took 2 years of it in high school and 2 years of it in college, and I just cannot get it to sink in. It would be nice to know Spanish. God wants me to speak American, I'm afraid. Genuinely doing a this is how you phone bank in 3 minutes would be a solid idea. I don't even fucking need 3 minutes. Sign up with progressivevictory.win/volunteer. You join the Discord. There are people in the Discord running non-stop phone banking drills where they give you instructions on how to do it, and then you go and connect through the lines that they provide you. You call, dude, call, dude, call, dude. Easy. All right? Don't blame me for failing to educate you. You have to click the link to get the education, okay? You can't just look down at your cock and say, why isn't the cock getting jerked? You have to put the effort in with your hand. This is bullshit. I'm unemployed. Should I sign up for every single available time? Yes, unironically. It'll make you a better hire for other people in the future too. Can you do phone banking from another country? Yes. You call in through lines that automatically connect you to an American number through the power of the internet. They'll talk. They'll tell you about that. You have to join. You have to join to know. You have to talk to them to know. Jobless motherfuckers. Like I'm one to talk. What if you don't have a text-viable phone number? You call through this. You call through the computer, or you can. That's how people from other countries are able to call as well. You don't get like a redirected from your cell phone or anything. You're calling from like a standard number that routes the call through. It's always like that for phone banking and canvassing and stuff like that, you know? It goes through like a range of lines that are used as like the designated. It's a whole thing. I'm not a networking guy, okay? But they got the tech for it. They've been doing it for a while. They ask you for a US phone number to sign up? Join the Discord and ask about it. I promise you they have answers. It's like I've always said, Nuts, you know, streaming is a very easy job in the vast majority of ways and a very difficult job in a few specific ways. And whether or not it's good for a person mostly just comes down to whether or not they vibe well with the few specific ways in which it's difficult. Sometimes people can't handle the attention or the fear of drama. Sometimes people can't handle criticism, looking at Contra. Sometimes people can't stand the emotional rawness of being a public figure to others. I got a panicked email from somebody earlier that I haven't responded to yet, which is essentially, what do I do? My parents are abusive. That can be very mentally taxing for a fella such as yourself. For me, unfortunately, I've gotten a lot of them. It's stuff like that. A lot of people fold, they don't stream for long. But it is work. By far my favorite part of the job, of course, is bullying you guys. Click the fucking link. Why would they put you in that situation? Do they realize? Hundreds of thousands of people watch me. There's no way to do this without coming into contact with people who don't have who don't always have the same standards or considerations or awareness for the expected social boundaries between a person who's watching and a person who's presenting. Can't hate him for it, right? You can say mental illness. I don't think it's necessarily mental illness. Certainly not in this case. What do you do in that kind of situation? Offer general advice. Oftentimes there are specific resources don't really apply, and it's not really helpful. You know, for the most part, all you can really say is, I'm really sorry, and I think that you should, you know, I mean, not to be specific to the case, right? You can't always say, you know, try your best, gambateo, or whatever. Gambatene. What is it they say? Ganbate? Just have to be nice, that's all. But you can't engage, like, too much. Because if a person is desperate enough to send you an email where they're feeling bad, and you give a thoughtful reply, you know what you get back to that? Another reply. Trust me, you go down that road long enough, and every day you open up your inbox and there's 500,000 people who have a deeply invested personal relationship with you. You gotta be careful. That's what a lot of people fold on, by the way. That's the reason why I tell you fucks not to email me, okay? I don't want to set the expectation. A lot of people think they know me. Not to blame this individual in particular. But you know, it's something you have to watch out for. What matters most is being nice, you know? Classic nuts. You need a US phone number? I'm not sure if I understand. Don't you just sign in with Discord? That's what I did. When you click on the /volunteer link, doesn't it just help you sign in with Discord? Discord doesn't have your phone number, not necessarily. And then once you sign in with Discord, like, can't you then talk? It depends on the individual phone bank. Yeah, but I'm talking about progressive victory. Okay, I see. And then it opens up the volunteer with PV page. Sorry, I joined the PV server so long ago that they didn't have all of these provisions. So if you click not in the USA, what happens if you don't add a number at all? No, you do need to add a number. That's interesting. So I guess you need to provide a US number, like through VoIP or whatever, beforehand. They should make that clear in the login page, I think. It's different. Yeah, they changed it from when I first signed in. But yeah, they should have like a little thing. Use Google Voice. Yeah, you can easily get a US phone number, by the way. You can get like a VoIP or like a Google Voice, whatever. You can do that easily. That's fine. You know, you just need to have the number. Oh, since I'm not from the US, am I free from phone banking duty? No! Why is it so hard to start phone banking? I've been in the Discord since the last time you mentioned PV, but I haven't done anything. Because you're lazy. You have executive dysfunction, probably ADHD. There are probably lots of things in your life that would be easy for you to start, but you haven't started it, and it torments you every day. You think, I'll start the dishes soon. I'll do the laundry soon. I'll get to losing weight soon. I'll do this soon. There's an underlying problem with your character. But, you know, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I think that a great first step would-be phone banking with progressive victory, to prove to yourself that you are, in fact, capable of doing good things, things that benefit you in the world, and it's good for the, you know, be nice for Fox to win. Character flaws can be worked on. Things can be improved. Life can get better. Bro thinks this is motivational. You have to be in a dark place for the affirmation that you are capable of making your life better to be to invite cynicism from you. I hope you get better soon. Is I'm moving to Norway and won't have anything but a phone for months a good excuse? I'm sorry, are you moving to Norway right now? Are you on the plane to Norway? Are you using your Alaska Airlines flight Wi-Fi purchased for $8? What exactly, how are you communicating with me? You must not be moving at this exact moment. Trying to fool me. You know what I've had stuck in my head? I'm seeing Superman later, no spoilers, looking forward to it. I've had fucking the 3 Doors Down song, Kryptonite, stuck in my head, which pisses me off because I liked it when I was younger, but I think 3 Doors Down is one of the few bands that actually likes Trump. Like, I think back in his first term, didn't they like perform for him live or something? Or am I totally misremembering that? They performed at the inauguration? Ugh. I've had that song stuck in my head off and on for a decade now. Dude, it fucking sucks that there are no bands anymore. I know this is like a boomer sippy take. I get that. But there are just musicians. Like, you just have a guy, right? What about, like, who's on guitar? Who's on drums? Where are the bands? Green Day? Dude, Green Day's from the 90s. It's been decades. Unk just came out of the fucking forests of Nam. You've still got a bandolier around your chest. Talking about, like, there being a thriving modern culture of bands. Like, you see that shit at the Emmys, you know? You hear about it. Nowadays, it's like boy bands and individual artists who have, like, teams that work with them. It'd be cool if there was, like, more standout bands, you know? See, you're all mentioning people I don't know about, which is the problem. I know about musicians. I know about performers. I know about boy bands. I'm talking about, like, in the mainstream cycle. And try to be less gay in an hour, Vicarious. Just say you know nothing about the modern music scene, lol. I don't... See, this is like a problem that I have. Okay, you've unlocked. All right. This is a problem that I have with the way, frankly, music people talk, but it's not just music people, I guess. It's just a general tendency. I know enough to know that there has been a shift from the popularity of music bands with instruments to individual performers. This is a fact. Why would you try to dispute the fact that that's a fact? Genuinely. Like, I'm right on this. I don't know why. Because your desire to prove your superiority to me exceeds your desire to be correct and join me in being correct. You would rather draw a line, an incorrect line in the sand between you and I, than stand in the sun with me. It's ridiculous. I don't understand. This is a you problem, man. Sorry. No, it's not. Because I'm not saying, and nowhere have I said, and this is a listening comprehension issue with you people, nowhere have I said there are no bands these days. Did I say that? No. Check the VOD. It's all recorded. I'm not ashamed of my position. I've said they're less prominent. I've said they aren't at the top of the industry. There has been a shift in what is considered to be mainstream, which is a fact. Why fight with me over it? And you have a problem with the shift? I mean, I tend to like the bands, yeah. Why do you want mainstream corporate sludge, though? What the fuck are you talking about? You are concluding too fast, my dude. What are you talking about? Do you want to compare what the top 40 looked like 60 years ago compared to today? Vosh, this is really not your topic. Vosh, this is only correct for pop music, not for other genres. Hey, what does pop stand for? Out of curiosity. I'm talking about the most popular music. What does pop stand for? Jackies. Why are you people so fucking stupid? You're so contrarian. You think listening to music that I don't know about makes you smarter than me? You're nothing. You're dirt I've failed to clean off the bottom of my Alden shoes, okay? Quit talking down to me. I think pop music is just a small slice of music, lol. I'm talking about what is considered most popular. Pop music as a genre shares its name with popular music, I'm assuming because it's popular. But it used to be that the popular music that topped the charts was bands. Nowadays, we associate it with individual performers because that's what's most popular. Chad just wants to get a rise out of you, man. That's not true. They're genuinely wrong, and they shouldn't get to hide behind it. And I don't believe that. We're not South Park consuming edgelord 4chaners from 2007, okay? You're just being stupid. What about Maroon 5? Aren't they like 100 years old? This is like all individual artists. Like entirely. Have we passed by a band yet? Oh, here we go. Is this a band? I don't see instruments. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Singer, drummer, bassist, guitarist. You passed the Weeknd? Did I? What, did I miss the Weeknd? I did miss the Weeknd. And Playboy Cardi. Well, I'd have to listen to it. But yeah, probably. Top 40, 1980. But then you look at this, and it's all bands. Well, mostly bands. That's the shift. Why do I have to argue this? If I never said I wasn't that musically inclined, I feel like people wouldn't try to performatively demonstrate their knowledge over mine. What satisfaction do you get from knowing more about things than I do in a subject that I'm admittedly not that knowledgeable on, and then being wrong anyway? Isn't that embarrassing? You're correct, but what's your point? That's it. That's it. I was talking about the kryptonite from Three Doors Down, and I said I kind of miss the prominence, I guess, or I wish there was more prominence of I don't know what the proper term for it is, a traditional band in like mainstream elevated music, you know what I mean? Where you have the guitarist and the bassist and the drummer and a singer, you know, ensemble. If that's the term you want to use, you know, ensemble. Yeah, sure, that, you know, and it used to be more popular and now it's not as popular. How'd this start? It started several minutes ago by me saying I've had the song Kryptonite by 3 Doors Down in my head. The industry is not like that anymore. I know, that's what I said. That's the point that I made. Is MGMT a band? Aren't they? The only songs that I know from them are that one early popular one and then Little Dark Age. But I hear like there's actual instrumentation in it, right? It's 2 guys? Well, that's better than 1 guy. It's called Management? Okay. Didn't 3 Doors Down perform at Trump's first inauguration? You were literally here when I said that. You can't even have bands with multiple singers anymore. It's also hyper individualistic. I mean, it's probably just parasociality, right? It's just more efficient. You get more bang for your buck if all the music artists are just like one hot person who everyone falls in love with, rather than like the messiness of a band with 4 people who might like do different things. It's probably like easier to control the dynamic if it's just like one hot guy and you write all their music for them or whatever. It is easier to manage one person's PR. Yeah, you get to make them like a titan on their own. I don't know. Do I know any of these songs? Maybe I've heard them. I just don't like know their name. This looks heterosexual. I don't trust it. This looks like a podcast. This looks like a LinkedIn profile picture. Not even a podcast. No. A bar song. Isn't this the Black Cowboy? I saw people saying like, oh, the most popular country song in the world right now is from a black guy. Yeehaw? Okay. I know who Kendrick Lamar and SZA are. I know who Sabrina Carpenter is. I know who Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars are. I know who Chappelle Roan is. I probably know who Post Malone is. I know who Billie Eilish is. Sabrina Carpenter again. Sabrina Carpenter did Espresso? I hate that song. This guy looks like every person on TikTok who I'm fighting for views with. SZA with Kendrick Lamar. Weekend, Playboy Cardi. You're wrong for the espresso slander. I just don't like it when a song is all people whispering. I want it to be like Badoom Tish. You know what I mean? I want people and then the guitar goes. I like that, you know? I'm not really a big, like, moody track. Whispering? I guess not whispering, but you know what I mean. When you're talking in like a low and measured tone with a consistent. Yeah, why you it's your job to interpret what I'm saying, you know. Like if you're failing to pick up what I'm putting down, I feel like that's on you. I bet you'd like big band jazz. I mean, I like Cuphead. I don't know. Baron. Billie Eilish. Charlie XCX. Ariana Grande. Dude, I don't know any of this shit. This guy's all over the place. He should get a new, like, profile picture or something. Who am I to talk? He's near the top. If you don't play radio in your car, of course you wouldn't. Nah, I listen to podcasts. All right. What are we on? No, I have not seen K-pop Demon Hunters. Modern band scene only really exists in modern metal and indie music. Maybe, I don't know. What matters is that people are having fun. Isn't that what matters most? I really do have so few things I can think of with regard to music. I guess I like the music in Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Is that a genre? I don't know. I just don't pay attention to music much, but I watched that movie enough times that I have it in mind. White people music? Yeah, that would fit. I know my place. Weren't you a big fan of Nazi swing? All right, that's enough. That shit was funny, dude. Even Mellon called you out? For what? For the Nazi swing thing? I didn't like it. It was just funny. He was the top reply to that tweet. What tweet? Who the fuck is Mellon? Anthony Fantano. Keep up. I thought we were just memeing as Nazi swing real. It was just this stupid fucking band that we saw that I listened to a bit of on stream, where it was just contemporary 1930s or 40s jazzy music or swing. I don't know enough, but and then just the lyrics kick in like 30 seconds after the instrumental, and it's just like, it's just Mein Kampf shit. Like, but it still has that like cheery, like kadoom doom doom tone to it, you know? It was a propaganda project. It was right wingers. It was Nazi sympathizers in America trying to like culturally launder it. The idea of Nazis trying to co-opt jazz of all things, just, it was really fucking funny. Play the clip. Yeah, I don't know what it was called. You found it? How the fuck did you find that so quickly? German propaganda swing, Charlie and his orchestra making whoopee.
Of USA.
I'll stop it there. The lyrics are pretty wacky. Eddie Cantor's song is abused to hold the U.S. Jews collectively responsible for World War II. They were made exclusively for shortwave broadcasting to Great Britain, USA, and other adversarial countries. So they took the instrument, they took the instrumentation from an existing jazz song and then like redubbed over it, basically, and broadcasted it. I don't know all the details. I'm just reading off the thing. Yeah, they made the Jew remix. Called sampling? Sorry. It's called sampling. Sorry, I forgot to acknowledge the long musical tradition of sampling in my description. Oh my god, it's not just real, it's period. No, it was from the Nazis, yeah. He is getting raked over the fucking coals for this one. He wants his job, man. I really hope Bongino quits. Good, Umreni. Tyler, the Creator, would be a good artist for Vosh to check out. I don't really like, it's not that I don't like rap or hip hop, because I do. It's just that I feel like there's not much interesting instrumental stuff happening, and it's just like there's like a very basic track that a guy's rapping over. Like I like it when there's something going on in the background, you know? It's not like that? Okay, I don't fucking know. I'm just explaining. Stupid piece of shit. Yeah, I like Queens of the Stone Age. You would love metal, I know it. I'm a white boy who had long hair in high school, okay? I listen to metal. Can you stop mentioning Rage Against the Machine? I don't give a fuck if they're lefty. I don't like their music. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just not my thing. But the reason you're mentioning them is because they're lefty. Same with Immortal Technique, by the way, okay? You're not fucking clever. Oh, he's a lefty. You should try lefty music. Like I'm trying to unwind. I want to listen to music that reminds me of the fucking the struggle or whatever. I like Rise Against. Well, at least that's an actual band. Do you at least like Linkin Park? Everyone likes Linkin Park. Except Northern Lion? Really? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, there you go. All right, what's going on here? System of a Down? I like System of a Down. Unironically, though, I started liking them a little bit less when politics became my job. Because now if I'm listening to music, I don't really want to be yelled at by people about, like, vaccines or whatever. Why do they always send the poor? Because of fucking dialectics, retard. Quit asking me. I already answered this. Check out my channel. Okay, you people are just gonna keep doing this. Somebody linked earlier, somebody talking about the Epstein files, a Democratic congressperson? Who? Whomst? Ossoff? Gotcha. Almost done. Shut up. Fuck you. You have no musical knowledge at all, which is sad. I am sad for you because you sound like you want to know. I'd probably feel the same way if I saw how you dress, so that's okay. I don't go to your chat and type that, though. I don't know. Oh my god. Sorry, trying to help. It's okay. I just had to jab back a little bit. So, Epstein, you heard about him? Not a great guy. Not from what I've heard, no. Never met him myself, unlike basically half the people in government, it seems. So, obviously, the Trump administration is covering up the Epstein files. If they had them to begin with, they might be locked under Fort Knox for all we know. But the Trump administration has either decided or been told to drop it because the whole point of Epstein was that it implicates a bunch of powerful people. You don't want to do that, right? Like, it's nice to conspiracy bait and win office because of it, but it doesn't actually work in the long run, especially because the president was, you know, the main fucking Epstein guy. So I'm interested in seeing how the Democrats tackle this. Older Democrats, you know, like Schumer or Pelosi or whatever, people who are friends with Bill Clinton, they will never really lean on this, you know? They won't after Clinton dies either. They're fully aware of how many people are implicated by Epstein. I do think it's really funny that Israel's dog, Richie Torres, is taking the same tone, which probably doesn't help with the people who think that Epstein was an agent of Mossad.
Can we be clear that the Epstein controversy is a distraction of Donald Trump's own making, that he was fanning the flames of the Epstein conspiracy theory during the campaign, and so now he's essentially an arsonist pretending to be a firefighter, and there was no need for an investigation. The medical examiner had investigated the matter and found that Epstein died by suicide.
There was no need for an investigation into Epstein's death.
The same conclusions were drawn by the Bureau of Federal Prisons. There was no need for a new investigation unless the purpose was to legitimize a conspiracy theory.
Now, obviously, this is funny. It's funny how compromised he is because it makes no political sense, right? Why on earth would you ever say not just that you don't believe in the conspiracies, but that it's actually Trumpian to be curious about Epstein associations when Trump is the most Epstein-associated guy, you know? Oh, Thralix8, that's a good point. Trump himself did not fan the flames of Epstein conspiracy. That's an excellent point, yeah. Everyone he brought on board into his administration did, right? Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, they did, right? But Trump didn't, because the only times he's spoken up about Epstein is to, like, either get people to move on from the topic or to say, like, oh, what a great guy. Kind of. You know, he did consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, but apparently didn't because he was worried about what she would say. Like, that's on the record, that's known. He essentially said, what does she know? Imagine what she could tell people. That's known, that's a fact. Robert Maxwell was Mossad, that is true. Anyway, Richie Torres, of course, I assume there are connections here, which is the only reason why he would take that position. What about some others? John Ossoff, what are you saying? No, not there. Is this the one where John Ossoff talks about Epstein? Ah, it looks like he's talking about Medicaid. Yes, he also said he wishes Ghislaine Maxwell well. You should check for updates on that pardoning because he's supposedly reconsidering it. Really? Here we go.
Promised to end the wars. He promised to release the Epstein files.
Oh, people really seem to like that one. It's almost as though mentioning Epstein is actually a really good and politically viable tactic for the Democrats, and the fact that a lot of them, like Richie Torres, are either don't want to or are
Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
Like, it's the easiest and most obvious rhetoric in the world. Like, your convicted sexual criminal president was best friends with the king of pedophiles. The fact that Democrats don't go after, like, Ossoff does not have any of these deep state establishment connections the way Schumer does or Richie Torres does, that would pressure him to not make statements like this. AOC called Trump a rapist and said, of course, he wouldn't release the Epstein files. This, to me, is actually a really big line, because not going hard on the Epstein question with Trump means one of two things. Well, it means one of three things. Either you are so hilariously politically incompetent that you value civility over easy dunks. Why? Two, you either are compromised by Epstein or know people who are. Or three, you're a dog of Israel. Because, of course, Israel and Mossad are tied up in Epstein. Though I don't believe that he was a Mossad agent. That's to me, is a step too far. I think it's far more likely that Epstein had connections with Mossad, the FBI, and other intelligence agencies. I mean, people from all around the world met with Epstein, right? Mossad cooperator, sure, but not agent. Yeah, because then he's also a cooperator with the FBI and so on. Of course, that was his job, right? Bernie hasn't said anything about the Epstein stuff. No, but I think that's just more in line with him being an ancient kind of civility-pilled focus on the economic issues. It would kind of feel like out of touch from him, not out of touch, I should say, but like a little like weird from him to talk about the Epstein stuff. I think he should. I'm just saying it doesn't really gel with the brand. Bernie doesn't have any deep state ties with Epstein. He's been a fucking maverick independent for longer than we've been alive. Yeah, out of character, out of character. They like it. They like it. They like it a lot. They like it very, very much. God, I still remember Chomsky being on the Epstein lists. Yeah, I mean, Epstein made an effort to meet with, like, everyone. Like, lots and lots and lots of people. I think, didn't Chomsky say he met with Epstein to secure funding and, like, kept his lips tight about the nature of their meeting? Chomsky was very defensive about it. I think it's more likely that Chomsky himself kind of enjoyed getting to schmooze with powerful people because it does bolster his legitimacy as, you know, one of the most well-known academics in history. He probably liked those connections to power. As whether he went over to like engage in the pedophile island shit, I don't know necessarily. It wasn't all that, you know. The sex trafficking was just one of the things Epstein did to power broke, you know. Interesting. It looks like multiple people over at the Turning Point USA conference have been attacking Pam Bondi over how she's handled the Epstein information or lack thereof.
Good afternoon, Tampa. For those of you who might not know who I am, my name is Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna, and I have the joint, thank you, I have the joint
She's a freak.
privilege of representing Florida's 13th congressional district in multiple high schools, one of which there was a gang shooting on campus. A female Hispanic veteran granddaughter one day before it's supposed to go to medical school. If you're Hispanic, we are supposed to embrace open borders. They want us to pretend love in these mostly peaceful riots, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because right now we need young leaders who will speak the truth, sometimes calling out our own party. If we don't have your voice, we will lose this country. And you're seeing that with some of the elections taking place around this country. Now, everyone says every election is truly important, but when you see them electing open communists, right up here, find a microphone, and we'll go from there.
Why does she bring up the Epstein stuff?
Unborn life and what we need to be. Much of a beautiful thing it can be for actually families that came back over here. Works. is this administration has done an incredibly amazing thing in deporting actual.
A good friend of yours, Steve Bannon, who I'm also a huge fan of, did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, and he recorded almost 15 hours of footage interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. There has never been an interview with Jeffrey Epstein publicly released, except some of the depositions and whatnot. Would you ask Steve Bannon to release this footage now? Because I think it's very relevant and might give us some insight into what Jeffrey Epstein's motivations are and whatnot.
Well, I think you just asked him for us, right? That's actually the first time I'm hearing of that, but yeah, I'd be very interested.
Wait, did Trump make a post about Epstein like 20 minutes ago on Truth Social? Yes? What's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. Did he know I was doing this segment right now? Hello, Mr. President. Please don't deport me. We're on one team MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. This might be the clearest acknowledgement of internal weakness I've ever seen from Trump in the presidency. Normally, he just condemns one person and they get kicked out. This is like I don't like the tone we've been taking. This is, yeah, he doesn't have control over the narrative here. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein, over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world? He definitely wrote this one himself. This is not one of those ones where like an aide got to his phone first. Who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files, just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Oh, my, wait, this is like, it's all a joke, but this is actually like really bad. This is like a massive indication of weakness from him, like more so than I can ever think of. This isn't going to help at all. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. files. No matter how much success we have had securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have nuclear weapons, it's never enough for some people. Oh my God, he's like actually angry. Holy shit. We are about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years, and we have so much more to do. We are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to be our complete priority. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals, instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. What do they call it? The Streisand effect? Oh my God, dude. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking to do as AG and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, something nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Any Democrat that is not like pouring coal into this fire is, as far as I'm concerned, Jeffrey Epstein's second best friend. Listen, dude. Here you go. Who could have guessed that Trump being close friends with the king of pedophilia is actually like a really, really, really easy attack on him? That Trump obviously hates the fact that this conspiracism has inflamed to a point where it's now compromising his administration. Holy shit. Seriously, there are no MAGA influencers that are going to see this and respond positively to it. They're going to get fucking raked over the coals. This is the most deep... he's throwing himself under the bus here. He's literally screaming, please stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein. It was all made up. The radical left made it up. It's not real. Stop. Holy shit. No, literally nobody's buying this. Do you think they'll take this down from? No. The damage is done. Him calling the obsession with Epstein radical left is a massive gift to us? Seriously. Radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, everyone who doesn't like Jeffrey Epstein, welcome to the resistance. Oh my God. Fuck, I'm actually going to have to call the segment Trump crashes out over Jeffrey Epstein. It's not even inaccurate. I think he's making the same mistake Contra made. He fucking is. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Oh my God. Yeah, if he paid more attention to my channel, he would have seen my response to that drama, and maybe you could have avoided this pitfall. I don't really know what to say. This is huge. I can't think of any comparable tone from, like, normally Trump is on the attack, or he's self-aggrandizing. He says, well, I'm great, we're doing great. He does that here too, of course. But the tone overwhelmingly here is, holy shit, please move on, please stop fighting, which... it's like, it's scared. Yeah, no, Miss Genderlyn, for sure, it's scared. Huh. Trump was caught Contra posting. He's terrified of something getting out? No. I don't think that's true. Maybe with Ghislaine Maxwell, I think he's aware of the fact that the evidence has been sealed away and isn't really accessible. What I think he's annoyed by is the fact that for all of his life, Trump has been raping people, children, you know, and it's never really mattered, because when you're a business tycoon in New York City and your friends are all politicians, it doesn't matter because everyone does that. He was friends with Bill Clinton, man. He got along fine with the Democrats and the Republicans. He was like, everyone schmoozed, everyone knew Epstein, nobody fucking cared. It didn't get in the way of your business dealings. It was all like, yeah, what happens on Little St. James stays in Little St. James. And he's frustrated that now, when he's the president, at 80 years old, now, when Epstein's been dead for 6 years, now all of a sudden, because of the behavior of his underlings, the conspiracy podcasters that he hired to be part of his cabinet, now it's inflamed in a way that it hadn't back during his first term. Clinton fucked a consenting adult, not children. No, he's done both. He was also close friends with Epstein. Yeah, he's essentially saying, "Why do you care now?" Like it's been for him. It's been behind him for decades. Okay, this has been behind him for decades, and he's essentially like, "Well, what the fuck? Why is this an issue now?" Of course, he can't say that. So instead, he'll be like, you know, this obsession now is the radical left. We have to stop fighting with each other. Huh. I don't know. That's crazy. Whoever linked this, thank you. Who linked this? That happened. I was mid-segment when that was truthed. What's sad is that MAGA might never see the side. Listen, I think this might actually be a bit of a breaking point for them. Like, Megyn Kelly got a big crowd to essentially boo the Trump administration for Pam Bondi's handling of the Epstein files. Like, Trump would not be reacting this way if there was not a genuine threat.
Hello, Tampa. Love you.
Point, and let me add
I know
to
that
it,
guy.
which is that she also brought in some of our best influencers, people that I care about deeply. Jack Posobiec, who's incredible.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, never mind. I thought I still had the clip. I still had the clip from her. No, I don't. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't think they're going to let this go. It's just too obvious. It's too much, okay? There is no rhetorical trick that you can play to get a person to go from the deep state is full of pedophiles that are and they're manipulating the government to Jeffrey Epstein did nothing wrong. That is just too much of a jump for most MAGA. And listen, I have a shockingly low opinion of these people, okay? More so than I let on stream. The average Trump supporter, genuinely, like, I cannot overstate the extent to which I don't believe in their ability to put two and two together. But for this specifically, it only needs to be enough for a few percentage points of the supporter base. It doesn't need to be 100%. It doesn't need to be 50. 5% of Trump's base getting disillusioned by this is a massive blow. Also, a big thing that helps is that a huge amount of Trump support in the modern day doesn't just come from idiot rural folk, the peasantry, but it also comes from like right-wing incel podcast bros, and those people can never go pro-Epstein. The Gen Z men Trump supporters, the guys from that podcast that we saw, the handsome man with the mustache, where people who watch Joe Rogan, they can't turn around on this. It's just bad content. I think that's it. At the end of the day, Trump has won consistently because he makes good content. Really, I genuinely think that's it. He can turn a story. He makes himself interesting to follow. That's it. It's just good content. Democrats are terrible content. And somebody saying the Epstein files are fake, we should move on, is terrible content. There is no good content version of that. There is no good content version of that. Okay. Steve Bannon's anticipating losing a bunch of Republican seats over this Epstein business. The Epstein business on its own could end up costing the GOP not just 40 House seats, but the Senate as well, if Democrats have the balls to run on it. Seriously. If Democrats are willing to plant their feet in the sand and say, no, actually, we aren't going to keep ignoring that you're fucking friends with the king of pedophiles. We're actually, miffed about this, and keep bringing it up. Also, look at how emotionally vulnerable Trump is. This is something that he actually gets mad about. He would only tweet this if he was personally reacting to the way people are responding to Pam Bondi. He is witnessing the infighting, and he is upset over it. He's seeing segments on Fox. He's seeing shit on OAN or Newsmax or whatever. He is personally upset. Do you think this is the most upset he can get? What if he got more upset? He could say more damaging shit, more stuff that compromises him. Oh, please, Democrats, don't let this one go. Don't let this one go. You have to lean in. John Ossoff, tie me to a missile and fire me at whomsoever you choose, okay? I need more Democrats to adopt this energy.
President Trump promised to end the wars. He promised to release the Epstein files. Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
A tweet from Cat Turd, which is just a screenshot of Trump's Truth Social post that we just looked through. 1.4K likes, 834 comments. Nobody likes this, man. Nobody likes this. We can win. We can take the fucking country back, okay? Fascism is self-defeating. This was always going to be an issue for them, okay? You just need to seize the moment. If the person you're fencing trips, it only matters if you don't let them get back up. Like, you have to take advantage of the moment. If they stumble and you just go, ooh, then it didn't matter. Don't let them catch their breath. There are literally tens of millions of Republicans for whom this is an animating issue. I've made my point. I don't know. We're going to keep talking about it. We're going to keep talking about it. I was the one who linked it. I'm Spartacus. One sec. I was going to send out... Hold on. And get Ryan to join stream chat directly. While Ryan's joining, I gotta piss. 1 second. Ah. Ayo. Hey Ryan. Okay, I think the segment should go out immediately because it's kind of in response to something that Trump just posted, and a third segment will go out later with the bit recorded added to it, which I'll do right after stream. What do you think a good title for that shit would be? Because it's kind of like in response to Trump just dropped an insane Epstein post, and then like in the thumb it's like he's actually losing it. This is huge. No, it's I want to move away from some of the more clickbaity titles, but unfortunately Trump did crash out and it is huge. Like, it's unfortunately this is the worst segment to implement the principle over, because in this case it's correct. It's actually a really damaging post. People always love when you put crashing out the title. Trump crashes out over Epstein, drops insane post, like comma drops insane post. And then in the thumb, it's like he's actually upset, and it's got all the rambling text. Yeah, honestly, again, normally I wouldn't. Yeah, that probably works. I guess I didn't really need to ask you to join chat because it was pretty simple, Ryan. So I appreciate you coming in because I didn't want to type. I'm a very slow typer. Typist? I'm sending it over. I'm just going to do donos now. It's, we're 3 days behind anyway. Also, I'm seeing the Superman movie soon. Okay, I'm sending that over. There we go. I just got here. It's 3:02 p.m. It's when streams normally end, okay? And it's not even ending yet. Instead, you get to watch people give me money, which I assume is very satisfying for you guys. You going to talk about Superman later? I mean, I'm not going to, like, start stream back up to talk about it. Okay. Halo Thane Space Dust, thank you for the $5. Gonna be annoying as hell, true. But Sleep Token is the rare band that's extremely popular right now. The front man is center stage, but they are a legit band. Okay, Sleep Token, I've literally never heard of them. So I don't know how popular they can be, really, but, you know. Bleach143, thanks the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you encouraging using power on the left. I don't know why so many libs can't see the left aren't playing by the same rules. It's frustrating. I assume you mean the right aren't playing by the same rules. You mistyped. Yeah, no, it's extremely frustrating. It feels like we're just willfully giving our power away for absolutely no reason. Nettle with the $15. Contempt of Congress, 18 USC 1505, including impeding oversight responsibility, is a misdemeanor with a mandatory 1-month minimum sentence plus $100,000 fine. Ha! That's a federal charge, but that doesn't mean it's not usable. Joshy42, thank you for the $5, much appreciated. The Toe Thief, thank you for the $10. I'm obsessed with the Cartier tank, the little square ones. Yes, the Cartier tank is beautiful, and for me, it is basically a must-have in the long run. I would love to have one. For me, the quintessential Cartier tank is I guess it's the Louis Cartier, this one right here, with the gold rectangle with the dark leather straps. That's what I think of when I think of the Cartier tank. Boy, they are pricey, though. Definitely not a first watch, you know? Joshy42, thank you for the $5, much appreciated. Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub, no longer white. Lay Flyer, thanks the tier 1 sub. Classic Guy, thank you likewise. Agua de horchata or agua de Jamaica? Which do you choose more often when eating Mexican food? Nice Spanish pronunciation, by the way. Thank you. Honestly, I mostly just drink water. I'm sorry, my friends get Mexican Coke and I sip it a little bit, but I overwhelmingly just drink water. But between the two, agua de Jamaica. Horchata is just, it's too sweet for me. I don't like strong drinks, you know? I don't like strong sugary drinks. Or if it's sugary, it needs to be tart. It needs to be like, it needs to have like a sour, tart addition to it, you know? Jamaica. It needs some dimension beyond sweet. Yeah, I agree. Dude, I'm going downtown to watch Superman. If I see a Seiko Alpiner there, should I just fucking buy it? Can you just do it? Can you just go into a store and say, give me, and then pay them $600 and get the watch? That's crazy. Can the watch heads in chat confirm this would be a sick first watch? I don't think it'd be like the only one I would get or whatever. I don't know if I would want the SPB 121 or the 155, like the metal band or the leather band, but like that's like a solid first. That's a solid first buy, right? Do you like the green? I like the green face a lot. The green doesn't mix with your normal fits, I feel. I disagree, because I almost always wear, like, earth tones. I think it would work pretty well. Okay, last question, then I read more. Donos. Which one do you think looks better? The SPB 121 or the SPB 155? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of 121 posting. I agree. I feel like a leather band is just, you know, it's just a little too formal, but I don't know. Maybe that's just a bias I have. I'm sure I'd feel better. Leather will fit your style better than a sport watch. Probably. And I also have like pretty hairy arms. You guys can't see it because my hair is light, but it's pretty thick hair, like the whole way down. Can you get a different band? Yeah, you can change bands. I thought you had a tattoo on your arm before because of the hair. Yeah, because the hair sometimes gets like, it turns into like a line there. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh yeah, see, sometimes it lines up when the grain changes. What about a Seiko 5 Field? Is that one with the NATO watch? I don't dislike the NATO straps. The like military ones. I think they're pretty cool. For me though, I wouldn't get them with a Seiko. I would want to find something that looks straight up like a 1960s watch, but like something that an officer in Vietnam would have. Omega? Maybe. When I think of something with a NATO strap, I think, I don't know. It looks nice. It looks nice. This two-door looks pretty good. Anyway, I gotta read. Lay Flyer, thanks the tier 1 sub. Classic Guy, thank you likewise. Classic Guy, thank you for the $5. Been a fan for years. Your debate with What If Alt Hist pulled me away from the alt-right pipeline. He sounded insane. Huh. Yeah, it wasn't even really a debate. What If Alt History is one of the only people I have engaged with. On the right, who I don't think is a grifter. I just think he's actually insane, which is kind of cool, you know? TY from the bottom of my heart, because you're the GOAT. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Cockow Win, thank you for the $25. Just donated 25 to Deja Fox. Didn't want to leave you out. I appreciate that. I don't want to get left behind, you know? I appreciate being kept up in the loop. Not Alpaca, thank you for the $5. As a rural Mississippian, I would literally sign away half my life to a Shinigami if it meant I could drive the bulldozer over my shit-ass town for rebuilding. Ha! Dream of every ruraloid to start over. Kizzy, thank you for the very kind $35. Go off, King, also trans rights. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Jesus Juiced with the $10. Vosh is 10,000% right. In red, Southeastern Wisco, there's no redemption. No consolation. Need extreme reconstruction / demagaification. They want war. I'd love to oblige. Average coastal leftist. The working class are our friends. They need to be educated out of their disinformation. Average leftist in the American Midwest or South. Please fire a rocket directly at my house. It'll take out enough of my neighbors that it'll be worth it. Someone and Just Joins, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. The Hat Man, thank you for the tier 2 sub. You have 2 part-time jobs doing a full month run of Romeo and Juliet 6 nights a week. Wow, 6 nights a week too. You're in there. I hope you're having a good time. That's really cool. I could never do theater. I have a lot of respect for people who can, though. Provoke, thank you for the $5. Pita Bread, thank you for the $10. I really admire how much knowledge you have, TBH. Oh, don't glaze me. It's inspiring and I want to learn more because listening to you is like being in a class. Any suggestions? Okay, well, frankly embarrassing praise aside, much appreciated. It's part of it is just about, you need to be curious about learning new things, which is easier to say than to do. You have to find the format of engagement that you appreciate the most, but you have to develop the critical thinking skills to draw connections between the things that you learn and the things you already know. The difference between a factoid and knowledge is the ability to draw lines between these little blips of information, you know? And I think that that's oftentimes the difference between like a midwit and an intellectual, you know? You can posture, you can develop the aesthetic of knowing things. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with just knowing some stuff about a subject, right? Like it's not that serious always. But if you want to learn more, I think it's about having this this attitude of like, so now I know this thing, but why is it like that way? You know, why did it turn out to be that way? What made it that way? And if you just keep applying that outwards further and further, I eventually think most reasonable people settle on a kind of, well, some people settle on like a intuitive answer. You know, they settle on an answer that's, well, people are just like that. But I think that real critical thinking tends to get you into dialectics, right? In my opinion. XP the Cat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Contra's post just kind of comes off as leftists online are annoying, therefore Trump won. Yeah, what a coincidence it is that the people who were personally bothering and upsetting her are also what's wrong with left activism in the country. Smallest Kaiju, thank you for the very kind 25 bucks. Got another road trip with my dad for September. Do me a solid and schedule some good content for then. I'll slip you the other 75. This motherfucker thinks I have a schedule. Honestly, high praise. I appreciate that. I do not. Chuchi, thank you for the very kind $15. Do you have any recommendations for food spots in Seattle? It'll be our first time there. Vaughn's Thousand Spirits, Moss Cafe, up north of the channel. Fuck, what's the name of the good sushi place in Cap Hill? Mamiji's. Mamiji's is really good. Really like Mamiji's. Really, really good sushi. Carmelo's. The extent that you can get Mexican food in Seattle, you know. But Moss Cafe is excellent. What's the Slavic place downtown? Piroshki is on 3rd. Piroshki is on 3rd. They're good. Soup Knife, thank you for the $5. Sake, thanks for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Scrump, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Been watching since 2019 as an undergrad, trying to make sense of it all. Now I tune in from my office desk where I work in government nutrition research. Damn, okay. Nutrition research. So you're under RFK. You're like trying to figure out whether or not people actually are harmed by eating lead. God bless you, okay? I hope you're doing okay. Hope you don't get cut. Yeah, whether or not beef tallow actually makes you taller or something. Dude Snyder, thank you for the 10 bucks. Here's the high-rise pants and being pro-social. God bless. Teeth, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. I'm glad you're funny as fuck. I think it's one of the only ways I can digest this fire hose of world-ending news. Well, presenting it is the only way I can digest it, so it's a reciprocal relationship. Frau Englar, thank you for the incredibly kind $50 dono. I listen to your streams while I teach myself how to sew with a machine. You inspired me to put the effort in. Much appreciation and love for the work you do. I wish I could sew with a machine. Honestly, I would hem this shirt. Thank you very, very much. That's very kind of you. And I hope your progress comes along well. Learning how to do very basic clothing alterations is such a game changer. Like just being able to make little adjustments on your own. Huge difference, you know? I'm envious. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Stop holding your mic, FD signifier. People like holding their microphones. I think it gives them something to do with their hands while they're talking, which is admittedly difficult. Usually I've got my right hand on my mouse and my left hand on my knee. And then I just bobbity-boobity when I talk. But if I was holding a microphone, I feel like it'd feel a little more natural, you know? Beezus Rice, thank you for the $5. Superman was excellent. All right. I'll see for myself soon. Simric, thank you for the $5. Very Normal Man, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Started phone banking with PV and I instantly became taller and more attractive. It's literally the easiest way to do activism. Yeah, no, that is true. It's also the easiest way to become taller and more attractive. Normally you need surgery, platform boots, which are expensive, or like exercise, which is time consuming. It's a slam dunk for everyone, you know? Comrade Rotier, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I can't show that scene you've linked from Shogun, but a bunch of people in chat were mentioning it. You just bring some security with you and barge into a facility. Dr. Mod, thank you for the $5. Kowalski, thank you likewise. This is a spoof of a racist Jason Aldean song, but perfectly describes rural America from your perspective. I'm not listening to that shit right now, but I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. If you want to match the aesthetics of a classic field watch, it's this. There we go. There we go. Yeah. This is what I was thinking of, I guess, with like a very classic looking military watch. This does not look like it should be 1,125 Australian dollars, but I guess I don't really know. It's sort of like what's on the inside, you know? I do like it a lot, though. $5 American. Test subject number 2. Thank you for the very kind $25. I've been restoring one of my great-grandmother's bird's eye maple dressers. It's a beautiful piece of handmade furniture. Hang on to your heirlooms, people. Yeah, it's a shame how much people let go of heirlooms these days because they're big and clunky and difficult to move because they're heavy. But, like, they are often very nice. Often very, very nice. And worth it in the long run, you know? Those goddamn IKEA pieces just won't last that long. Leon Blitz, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Vosh. You were one of the inspiring factors that made me leave my old party Volt and join Die Linke, the left party in Germany. I've heard of it. Volt. Volt, Germany. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm familiar. Oh, I'm happy to hear it. Sorry, I don't hear as much about Volt. Volt sounds like it should be far right, doesn't it? That was a moment of confusion for me, like the German Volt Party. I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's German. I'm ethnically biased a little bit there. Die Linke doesn't sound fashy though, so yeah. Anyway, Leon Blitz, thank you very, very much. You damn Krauts. Don't go blitzing anywhere you don't belong, eh? Salad Stabbing 1, thank you for the $5. My friend told me the other day that he thinks Mamdani's a fascist. I was like, huh? Well, not all fascism is bad. What do I even do with that? Well, it sounds like your friend doesn't have a coherent enough understanding of politics to have a meaningful conversation with, but maybe they think that fascism is just populism. There was a brief period of time when I was like a teenager where I thought fascism just broadly referred to like nationalist populism. But I was also like a kid. I don't know. You gotta ask clarifying questions. That's all you can really do. Oh, Gravel Queen with the $5. I've been patching up my skate friend's pants with my sewing machine. It's surprisingly easy and the patches look cool, IMO. Certainly for skating. That's like massive skater cred, right? Having like cool, fucked up, patched up jeans. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Read Super Chance. My back kind of hurts today. I gotta do exercise, man. Okay. I gotta talk quickly because I'm taking too long, like always. Wigwoo1, thank you for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. TI, thank you for the 20 Swedish kronar. Clay, thank you for the 5 New Zealand dollars. And Suburanium Browser, thank you for the $2. About to move to Seattle. Any advice? Enjoy the beautiful, beautiful city. I don't know. Presumably you have the money to be here, you know? It's a pretty broad question. Session tomorrow, thank you for the very kind 50 pesos. I have chronic bone and nerve pain thanks to fibromyalgia. Do I get an exercise pass? No. You can make it work. You'll find a way. That darn Skag and Diego B, thank you for the 5 Canadian and US. You definitely don't get a pass because you called me Discord Daddy. I just did read that part out loud. You guys got to stop doing that, by the way. Mostly because it makes me, it's embarrassing for me. I'm not really worried about it from a sexual harassment perspective, but it reflects a community mentality that makes me look bad, you know? Matt W, Undead Mob, Pale Magpie, Diego B, and Still Alive. Thank you all for the $2. I really appreciate that. Tem Krister, thank you for the $10. It's really annoying to be watching some video essays from a leftist and they randomly bring you up. Yeah, it's like a pretty cheap virtue signal, but it's weird to me because, like, I never even hear about it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even hear about it anymore. I don't even get, like, emails from people saying, like, oh, so-and-so shit-talked you. It doesn't affect my views. It doesn't affect my channel. Like, it just seems so empty, you know? It's like people still participating in like wrestling kayfabe long after the match is done. Like, we had a match a long time ago and I'm like moving on and I'm like, I have like a family and kids. I'm going to the grocery store. I'm getting food. And then somewhere out there, there's still a guy talking to a camera as though like any moment now we're getting back in the ring. I don't get it. I mean, I'll talk to people, but the energy is not mutual. Still alive, Jay Rankin, Ori, Aria, and Ori again. Thank you for the incredibly kind $5 and pounds, respectively. I really appreciate that. The more people in YouTube chat complain about fashion segments, the more I'll donate. It does make me happy when I get messages and emails from people saying, at first I found it annoying, but now I think it's kind of cool. Because that's how art should be, right? It's just another art form. Luoji, thank you for the $20. Anyone a fan of Predictive History's vids on American foreign policy and geopolitics? I'm not familiar with them at all, I'm afraid. Fear, thank you for the, wow, in total $80. Just 80, no, $80, thank you. 10, 10, 10, and then a 50. The baffling thing is that all this attention to this issue is entirely their own fault. Epstein, will this affect the midterms? Steve Bannon thinks it will. And then you said meow, and then again with $50, meow again. All right. Yeah, I can't really argue with that. Quality dono? Yeah, no kidding. Zay Lion, thank you for the two $1 donos. Really appreciate that. Power Surg, thanks to the $5. Converse shoes quality has drastically decreased. I've had to buy 3 pairs in 2 years due to the sole of the shoe coming off after 6 months of use. My Buck Mason Moonstar collab shoes are still doing well. I think that Moonstar offers basically the highest quality of canvas shoe that you can get. They're really, really nice. For you guys who prefer more contemporary styles, they have a USA store. It's really good. They make really good stuff. Oh, these are new. I don't remember these ones at all from the last time I checked a few months ago. Mudguard's Tidal Foam Gray. Huh. I have these, the Gym Classic Olive. I think they're very handsome. Though, I'll be honest, I don't know how to style them. I feel like this is the kind of shit you wear with, like, long shorts. Like, shorts that come down below the knee. You know, like really wide, baggy, long cotton shorts. And a tank top. And then, like, a loose jacket over it. Anyway, just showing them off. Jackson, thank you for the $2. Rescriptor, thank you for the very kind $20. These stains don't care about anyone. Why should I care about them? I can't think of a better case of... I don't know if I can read out loud what you said. It's too based. Brad's Guitar Garage, thank you for the 20 Australian. With the Australian dollar slowly recovering, you might actually be able to buy a coffee with this now. Well, it's not so much your dollar recovering as ours tanking, but either works, I suppose. Thanks for reminding men to use moisturizer. It is important and manly. Yup, I moisturize my face multiple times every day, you know? I think it's a big... Unironically, I think it's a big part of the reason why. You can see up close, I don't use any smoothing for my camera. Like, obviously, I'm still a scruffy 30-year-old guy, but I don't know. My skin quality is pretty good. I also don't go out in the sun much. Rescriptor and Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the very kind $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Pale Magpie and Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the $2 both. Taijirai, thank you for the $10. Full agree on the public education bit that you can have different teachings of actual historical events from school to school is how you get fringe ideologies to thrive and reinforce caste systems. Yeah, public education was always meant to be like an across-the-board blanket thing, and it should be treated as such. And Taijirai, thank you for the additional $10. For the record, Harris and the Democrats absolutely shot us in the foot trying to play conservative and treat immigration and the southern border as an issue. Yep, fully complicit. They had no idea how to handle that rhetorically once they were actually in power. Still alive. Thank you for the $20. I recall making a post on my town subreddit about a 9-year-old boy being deported. I made the argument I thought we were only deporting violent criminals. Nope, they do mean everyone. They know exactly what they voted for. Yeah, genuinely. Maybe there are some people who are so fucking stupid they didn't understand what was going on, and they thought there were 20 million, like, convicted criminal illegal aliens or whatever. But no, overwhelmingly, it's just the acceptable way of expressing racial animus. Crazy Eye Carl, thank you for the $5. I think I just got my 20-something neighbor looking into progressive victory. Good looking out. Nice! Jonathan Napier, thank you for the $10. Essentially, the GOP strategy is creating problems that aren't real, so solving them is easy. Democrats claim they will fix an issue, but don't. Otherwise, they'd have nothing to promise next time. Yeah. But I don't think it's like a deliberate strategy on their part. I think that for the most part, they are genuinely just very bad at playing the game. Chris Tarugo, thank you for the $1. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. I'll donate on behalf of Kowalski if he joins PV. What do you say, Kowalski? Wanna hang up the hat? Give the Hitlerite farming lifestyle a bit of a break? Go and use that, no doubt, corn-fed Nebraskan accent of yours to convince Americans to vote for the right candidates? Gotcha, Space. So you're talking about the two Seikos, the Alpinist in both metal band and leather band variant we looked at? I'm in, yo! Sorry, I didn't see that because I'm stupid. Fucking yo! You heard him, Benjamin. Even though that dono was from yesterday. Taijirai, thank you for the $10. I support Dea Fox on the notion that I hate the right of succession. We are not an aristocracy. Dems should pull their leaders up by the bootstraps, vote on policy, not divine mandate. No Mamdani. We'll see. It does chuff me quite a bit that the incumbent's daughter is just that, the incumbent's daughter, and it seemed like she was just going to sail in with no competition and the AIPAC ties. That shit does not rub me the right way. John and Memory Suit, thank you for the $2 both. Stop talking to Trump supporters. I think you should talk to them. I just think you should be mocking and contemptuous. And stop doing this pathetic, dickless liberal talking down thing where you're like trying to investigate the anxiety and plight of people who make consistently retarded decisions that make no sense and seem to be motivated entirely by hatred. Like, I just think we shouldn't... Yeah. T.I., thank you for the 20 Swedish kronar. Do you love black people? I love black people. Taijirai, thank you for the $5. Just donated straight to Fox's campaign fund. Let's get this woman to 1 million tonight. Hey, nice. How do we know if she's hit 1 million? Deja Fox for Oh, nice. 3 hours ago, AP News article about young Democrats looking to replace the old guard. Yeah, here we go. Fox is one of several Democrats hoping to step into a deep blue seat left vacant by the death of Raul Grijalva, longtime political power broker in Tucson. Senior lawmakers, do-do-do. Do the goddamn work, people. Wandering Robot Studio and Dan, thank you for the $5 both. Castle Doctrine legalizes abortion. True. Jonathan Nepierre, thank you for the very kind $10. I think Vosh is on point. Establishment Dems don't want to rock the boat. They're either complicit or lack spines. Republicans might not be able to handle this pushback. Could Trump pardon them? Trump can only pardon people who have been convicted of federal crimes. So do you mean like people who would get arrested impeding a member of Congress? Not necessarily. It probably wouldn't be possible. Memory Suit, thank you for the $2. Snorecore and Gun Invalid, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I don't get why people go at Vosh for music takes. The only songs he has ever heard are Beautiful Things, his fan-made song, and now Nazi jazz song. That's true. I'm just a little birthday boy. Colin Costco, thank you for the $10. Thank you for repping Paramore, as always. The late millennial goat. Gotta rep that. And Gun Invalid with the additional $5. Do you think Trump called it the big beautiful bill specifically to spite Biden's infrastructure bill that Manchin killed back in the before time? Maybe. It might be, yeah. Possibly. He is pretty spiteful. Cakespoo, thank you for the incredibly kind $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you. And Combi, thank you for the 5 RON. I have no idea what currency that is. West Heather, thank you for the $5. Doing my chem PhD across the world alone. Recently made a big breakthrough on a 200-plus-year-old reaction. Damn. You're the only reason I could do so many late nights. Hey, credit me in your doctoral thesis, okay? You know, I supplied the juice in your brain to get it going. You don't have to do that. Miara, thanks the $5. Thoughts on double denim, pants and a chore coat, different colors but similar. I think double denim is great. I think the main problem with double denim, when it's normally worn, is that people just slap 2 items on without any cohesion. I think that you need a little bit of thought to style double denim, but I think that it looks good if you know what you're doing. Like, one great example for me is Imogene and Willie makes this really nice sawtooth denim Western shirt with a lot of nep to it. And the model that they have styling it, hold on, let me find. Normally, when people do double denim, they have the darker color on the bottom, but I think this looks fantastic. Hard to argue otherwise, right? It looks very intentional and purposeful. I just think it takes a little bit of, you know, just a little bit of thought. How would you style a Wrangler Kobe chore? I think I recently met, I recently met a woman who worked at Buck Mason who had a vintage Wrangler Kobe chore coat from the 1960s with the original everything, basically untouched. It was in perfect condition. And it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. I mean, Wrangler styles it in double denim, but I don't think this in particular is very flattering. For me, I feel like it would come down to the wear. Maybe black jeans? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. That looks a bit shit. Well, modern, well, it's not always about the styling. Hold on. Here. I'm pretty sure Imogene literally has a denim chore coat that we can pull on for inspiration here. I would know because I own it. Here we go. Double denim. Not quite a chore coat, but very close. Now, tell me this man ain't handsome. A lot of the work here is being done by the incredible wear on the jeans, but this is triple denim. That's a shirt, jacket, and pants. All denim. Not even a belt. Solid wall. Look at that. Man knows what he's doing. He must be Canadian. Listen, okay? Denim's an American thing. I don't know why the fuck it gets called a Canadian tuxedo. We need to take that shit back. And then here's their chore coat, which I have. The nice raglan sleeve. It's a beaut. Hate the bottom pockets? Well, that's just chore coats. If you want a chore coat, but only with the top pockets, that's probably more overshirt territory. Anyhow, I gotta skedaddle, folks. I gotta go and watch the dang Superman movie. But I'll be back tomorrow. You know it. And, well, wait, am I back tomorrow? Oh, no, I actually have a thing tomorrow. Maybe there will be an offline segment, especially if there are more updates on Trump crashing out over Epstein. But, I have a hike tomorrow morning. And I'm gonna go pick up some stuff from Facebook Marketplace. My beautiful beloved partner found a gorgeous Marlboro cigarette lamp. Very pretty. How's apartment hunting? It's been hunted. All right. Y'all take care. I'll see you soon, okay? Bye-bye.